CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Viele bunte Drinks und ich chill an meinem Block. Tasche voller Ort, deshalb lauf ich vor den Cops. Brüder wollen chillen und ich schaue auf die Glock. Gerade passt es gut, ich habe 20 Gramm gekoppt. Rauche in der Einfahrt, Handy aus dem Weinglas. Wie lang ist es her, dass du das letzte Mal geweint hast? Alles ist im Einklang, ja. Fische nach dem neuesten Shit und das ist nur der Beifang. Immer unterwegs, weiß nicht, ob ich ankomme. Schau tief in mein Haus, aber find keine Antwort. Und ich füll noch was nach, kühles im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Kornfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt.
Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new world. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 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 My teardrops on the dance floor.
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
There's something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. They say that revenge is sweet, and I'm pretty hungry. Been waiting to set me free. I cannot resist this perfect little kill. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, by that time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge, and I won't see it coming. Get my heart beating up so much more than you thought.
And welcome, one and all esports fans. It is going to be an absolute fantastic start based on that introduction. Once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. It's time for playoffs, baby. We have had a week off. We are ready to heat things up. I am Pyrotechnics, joined on this first cast of the day, of course, with Mr. Clement Shu. And I am oh so excited to get into our first matches. Before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment, shout out our wonderful sponsors. They are, as they have been all season long, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Also to our broadcast partners, Carry Live, Riot Games, and Garena for making this whole shindig happen. Now, Clement, we've got an absolute banger of a match to kick us off. It's Deep Cross and Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, it's been so long since we finally get back to the PCS. 12 days in waiting, and we start off with a bang between the 4th place team and the 5th place team. So a very middle of the table battle between two teams that honestly I feel like coming into the split, a lot of people did expect they could go higher. If you looked at the first round, you might be surprised that they're starting off the first round of playoffs, but you know the ceiling is there, that both of these teams can pull off those top level performances. The mechanics from Beyond Gaming and the creativity from DCG down the line is what we're expected to see.
I do love the clash of styles that both these squads represent, and it does go to show how much parity there has been in the top of the league, the top table, the top of the table, I should say, because Beyond Gaming were our kind of other team last year compared to the likes of PSG Talon, but things have changed, and here is our playoff bracket. Opening up today, we do have Deep Cross against Beyond, with the winner facing PSG Talon. Tomorrow we'll of course have CTBC Flying Oyster facing off against MFT, and then down the losers bracket we see Frank Esports and Impunity waiting in the wings.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a very important start for both of these teams coming in right here, because if you look at PSG, that is really kind of the team to beat in the entirety of playoffs. So whoever wins here still has a very tough road ahead of them. If they drop into the losers bracket, they will face Impunity, which I think most analysts do expect to be kind of the easier of the two options between them and Frank. So I feel like this is definitely a good starting position for both of these teams. Like, if you lose the next round, you're kind of expected to anyway, but if you drop down, you're also guaranteed kind of an easier way to rise as well. So this is definitely a very defensible position, but also a position where you could do the unexpected and take down perhaps PSG, which I think a lot of people did not see this coming because they did lose their first game to Beyond Gaming, but they did end up as our best team overall of the split, the team to beat, and a lot of it is behind Bay. Has great macro senses. His Vex play, especially in the last week, was something to be absolutely remembered of, as he constantly found the resets, was able to go into the backline with those carry performances, and I think he has proven that this Korean duo by PSG between himself and Juhan has kind of really revolutionized the entire league. We thought that we were questioning if they were going to be able to fill the shoes of Driver and Maple, and even though they have a much different style, they're much more staple, much more macro focused, they achieved the same results for the squad.
Absolutely. I think it took him a little while to showcase some of those carry skills comparatively. We saw Bay a lot earlier on the split, mostly playing just a lot of Rise, and he was allowed to, but really what these players seem to bring to the team of PSG and what the team is focused on is just having better map awareness, better macro play than the rest of the league. Bay's been a big part of it, but he's also been putting on his carry pants, and that's why he wins the player of the week for our final week of the regular split play. And I mean, if that was a weak point on PSG before, woo, you got to be watching out if you are anybody looking to take on this team. It's going to be tough, and both our competitors today are going to have them waiting in this next round. So you definitely got to put on a good performance now, but you probably want to hide a few things if you even have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, the first round definitely is very important. And to talk a little bit about our format, we are playing best of fives. This is what's different from 2021. We have extended the playoffs just a little bit. Going into the roster right off the bat, Leaky top lane, Ana in the jungle. They are just running with their usual setup, Nesty, Kriskata, and Woody, of course.
Absolutely. This is a team roster that has kind of been quite glued together since the beginning. Kriskata, the true rookie on the squad, has definitely looked very impressive. But in recent weeks, not as much in the laning phase. Could be a potential weak point here. Of course, Other parts of the roster that we're looking at, Leaky has had an incredible debut, or not debut rather, but an incredible return to the PCS after some time away over in the LPL. He's looked very, very solid on champions like Gwen. He's played a lot of different champs as well. The Renekton, the Urgot has come out a couple of times. Nesty, of course. You never know what this man is going to be bringing to the party, but you can be sure it's going to be novel.
It definitely is. Creativity is the name of the game coming in from DCG. They have played a lot of weird compositions. The first ones to pick up on that smite top kind of play style. They've also played things like Heimerdinger in the bottom lane. But their general idea when they are playing creative comps is basically to have a matchup where Nesty can kind of roam around and link up, especially on the bottom side, and sort of dive that lane over and over again. They, in terms of their damage, very reliant on Kriskata as their main carry. He's carrying 29.8% of the team damage share overall. So when they do get good comps, that's the general framework that they're looking for. They will just push the mid lane with Hana and just try to free things up and create those dive skirmishes, a lot like the old FPX.
Absolutely. Now, their opponent's a very different style of play with Megabank Beyond Gaming. These guys are all about the skirmish. They're all about trying to roll over the lanes, and they're all about trying to outplay their opposition. Leon, Husha, Minji, Wako, and Kino. Now, of course, Leon being back in the roster, of course, it was Lee Kai that played in the last week of regular split, has been the main guy, but unlike the kind of boundless champion pools we've seen on the side of Deep Cross, it's a little bit more limited for some of these carries here. Leon definitely prefers the side lane split pushers, the Tryndamirs, the Graves. We've seen him on Jace a number of times as well. And then, of course, Minji has kind of shown up as our assassin or bust kind of player. He's mostly made his bones on the Ahri and the Akali. You gotta wonder what's going to happen when those two are banned away.
Yeah, that's a question that they do have to face here. Overall, holistically, I would say this is a 1-3-1 sort of team. They rely a lot on flanks, and they have a super high ceiling at pulling off difficult to execute team fights. We've seen that especially against CFO. They're down 6,000 gold. They're not running a 5v5 team composition, and they still somehow manage to win out on the team fight in the end. However, I will also say that I feel like this is a team, even though they have a super high ceiling, because their comps are not really focused on team fighting, they also have a pretty low floor, as we've seen them actually drop 0-2 to MFT. So if I'm looking at this team, I think they live and die by their mechanics, and that's always a bit of a toss-off in League of Legends.
Yeah, I think Megabank Beyond Gaming really have that one style, but they will play it to its fullest if they can. They do have a lot of reliable players, though. I mean, we talked about some potential liabilities, Minji's champion pool among them, but also Wako and Kino have looked very good. And speaking of Wako, let's compare him to the upstart AD carry of Kriskata on Deep Cross Gaming. These are two players that have, honestly, some interesting stories between them. I think Wako stepping into Doggo's shoes, trying to fill those, and Kriskata almost taking up the mantle of hotshot rookie AD carry. But both of them have shown a couple of weaknesses. I think for Kriskata, it's been individual, and on Wako's side, it's definitely more the team is kind of running ahead without him, and he has to play catch-up.
Yeah, if you look at Beyond Gaming, they actually have a very different focus compared to DCG. They're much more about their solo lanes in the early game. You see those Rek'Sais running around, trying to get off kills, and Wako's kind of left to his own devices. On the other side, when Kriskata is doing well, a lot of the team focus goes towards him. So I do think there is a comparison in just the way they play. Is I would identify Kriskata as much more of the main carry, the main stability, the pillar that DCG relies upon, and Wako's kind of the extra sauce that is there coming in for Beyond Gaming. But another huge point to mention is kind of that Xayah pick. A huge problem with DCG recently is the Xayah has just been killing them because she punishes those Jinx first picks that we've seen so incredibly hard. And that could be what's in store for them in this draft as well.
Yeah, all those AD carries left up, but Deep Cross are going to opt into picking up the Lee Sin early on here for Hana. Definitely been a champion that is, I mean, just about every jungler is going to want to contest it, but early pickup on that. Hana definitely playing a little bit more around the team compared to Husha trying to get those ganks early, but Beyond are looking to potentially take away this Jinx from Kriskata themselves. So I was curious about this because Kriskata has had trouble playing against the Xayah, specifically 0-2 against that champion. We'll see if things change a little bit. He's not going to have the Jinx. Maybe he'll play the Xayah matchup.
All right, so we're starting off with some really interesting setups. Beyond Gaming are angling for a bit of a reset composition with strong early game components here with the Ahri. I would say Minji, hands down, best Ahri in the entire league. There's really no doubt on my mind. In the other hand, for DCG, this is not their standard composition. Hana, he's much more comfortable playing teamfight-centric comps, junglers like Hecarim or Volibear, and we don't really see early game aggression that much from DCG's bottom lane either. So DCG, after a 2-week break, they might have nailed this composition down, but the last time we saw them play it was actually in the tiebreaker, and it didn't look so hot. I'll just put it like that.
Yeah, they've had some time to maybe refine their strategies. I'm curious if it's going to work out a little better for them this time, as they're going to try to take that fight to Mega Bank Beyond Gaming into the second phase of bans we go, and we do see that targeted Twisted Fate towards Nesty. Also a LeBlanc ban, interestingly enough, as they want to try and give Minji the most favorable matchup they can. And a Nautilus ban up against the side of Kino. It is his most played, but I don't think it's necessarily his best. I think that Leona certainly shows up quite a bit. But the set still available, and that's always something you have to watch out when you're playing against Kino.
Yeah, so far, just looking down the compositions, Beyond Gaming and DCG, they've kind of switched up positions here. DCG going for basically 2 lethality champions right off the bat, going for early game. The last time they ran this draft, they also went for the Renekton, so it was a full early game press into roaming composition, which, you know, doesn't really fit the character that we've mentioned coming in from Kriskata as a bit of a hyper carry. So very interested to see how they will pilot this one. It also requires a lot of macro changes on their part, so I'm a little bit doubtful about that. On the other hand, for Beyond Gaming, a super interesting composition with the Zilean AD carry. We actually have seen this a couple of times in the LPL as well, and the idea is frankly very simple. You try to keep your main carry in the Jinx alive as long as possible. This is a very difficult comp for her to survive. You got the Lee Sin coming in, the Gragas coming in, so you just want to make sure that he can stay safe. And on the other hand, we do also have the Gragas coming in from Leaky. Now, I want to point out, we have seen the Gragas build sort of evolve in the LPL. It's much more about Everfrost, so you're going half AP, half tank into it. It does pack a lot more damage. And for DCG, this is a super explosive comp. If they've drilled down in these past 12 days how to combo with the Rakan and with the explosive cast, we could see team fights just end in a blink of the eye. But this is not really a composition they have ran before, so very interested to see how they pilot.
You know, it just goes to show you that Deep Cross can always keep you guessing. I think weirdly enough, the most like standard Deep Cross thing is to see the Nesty Vygar come out again. Yeah. But this is fascinating. I mean, it does feel like the team switched up a little bit in terms of what they were prioritizing. The Zilean has only been played by Deep Cross of these two teams, and now it comes in as a Kino pick. Whereas we normally would see him on a much more heavy engaged champion. I was talking a little bit about the set, but this is really cool. I like to see teams bringing different stuff out here. We are, of course, still on patch 12.05, but it has been a whole week and some change. Teams have been practicing scrimming different things. And for game one, they've definitely been trying some different stuff here, Clement. I'm curious to see how this will shake out.
Yeah, so if I'm looking across, on the other hand, for Beyond Gaming, this is a much more standard team fight setup. You do have the ability to keep your carries alive with the Zilean, and you do have a really good front line with both the Volibear and, fortunately enough, the Meganar, if you can get it the correct timing down. So a front-to-back setup, a much more objective-oriented setup. I don't expect a lot of split pushing coming out from here, but they do have an additional spark in that early game. If you look at the 2v2, I would hands down give the favor over to the side of the Ahri plus the Volibear. There's a lot of hard crowd control there. It's very difficult for Vygar to actually survive that. If you're a Volibear, you just flash on top of the Vygar and you chain it into the charm. I don't think Nesty can actually survive that. So I actually expect Beyond Gaming to get started with this game with I think 2 kills in the early game against the Vygar is actually somewhat expected given this setup.
Yeah, you're always going to have to watch out, so we will keep our eye on Minji and, of course, Husha as well. But curious, as we start to set up here, it is both teams kind of keeping a line on each other. Interestingly enough, both these top laners haven't actually played these champions this split. Leaky has not picked up a Gragas yet, and Leon has not picked up a Gnar.
I do like it in the context of the compositions, though, especially for Leaky's side. This is a 100%, 100-0 burst composition, so you just want to bring someone back with the explosive cask. You have the primordial burst coming in from Nesty, and Woody can help keep people in place or keep defenders far away. So it's a very tried and true tested composition that we've seen a lot in the LPL, but it does require a certain degree of coordination. And I think this is the gist of this composition. Can you actually pull off those one-shot combos?
I'll have to see. Starting off hot. Woody getting a good opening knock-up onto Kino, allowing for Cascada to do this is a bit of a difficult situation in the laning phase when you are looking at a much more squishy combination, right? I mean, yes, Kino on the Zillion will have a lot of opportunities to keep Wako alive once he gets the ultimate. He's also got to watch himself in the 2v2. I feel like this speaks some confidence there for Beyond as well.
Yeah, a really different champion that we're used to seeing from Kino. I remember at Worlds, Kino basically straight up admitted that these sort of enchanter supports were sort of his weaker role compared to the hard engaged champions like the Leona and Nautilus. But I really like the Zillion pickup in this context. If you look at DCG, they are going for pure one-shot. And with the Chrono Shift, he has the opportunity to just keep Wako alive, burn all of the ultimates away from DCG, and if Wako gets to revive it under that situation, he'll most likely just clean up the entire fight. So for DCG, they have to keep that Chrono Shift in mind. It's not... They have to portion their ultimate abilities quite well, or they could face a situation where they just, you know, lose all of their firepower on the first salvo and leave themselves completely open.
Yeah, it's going to have to be up to that execution. And we do know that this is something Deep Cross, while they haven't typically played, you have to bet that this is a team that is going to have done their homework. I think we were talking a little bit before we started today about what these two teams really focus on in the type of compositions they pick. For Deep Cross, it's definitely a lot more preparation dependent, what they can get done with the tools they pick for themselves. And they have quite a wide toolbox. We see multiple different champions, multiple compositions working for them. But in this early game, apart from a little bit of 2v2 down bot, it has been relatively quiet. Beyond Gaming are usually the ones to open up. When these two teams met in the regular split, we saw both times Deep Cross were the ones that got first blooded and first towered, although they ended up walking away with the win both times too.
Exactly. I would say Beyond Gaming has the best level 1 setups that we've seen from any of the teams in the PCS, and because of that, they do have the best first blood rate as well, as Minji does find some good damage here onto Nesty. I think, again, in this game, you are most likely expecting Beyond Gaming to start a little bit stronger. I'm actually pretty surprised at how well their bottom lane is doing overall, and I feel like Minji is going to have a lot of opportunities to roam against Nesty because of how much kill threat he actually has with the Volley Bear. So I do think early game this time around will go over to the side of Beyond Gaming, and in terms of scaling, they also have really good scaling. I do think Jinx is a lot stronger against the Xayah later on. But where DCG will shine is most likely that mid game, where you don't have the 3 items online for the Jinx yet, and the lethality is starting to pile in for the Xayah. So that's kind of how I break down kind of the power spikes for each team that are in the mid game for DCG, but probably stronger starts and finishes for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, I think as for Beyond, they've struggled in the late game in the past with a lot of the compositions they pick, and also just when it comes down to the execution, because this is a team that has struggled with the full 5v5 coordination. So clearly they're trying to go in a somewhat different direction, at least up against this opponent. I think a lot of people, ourselves included, predicted that Deep Cross were going to be the team to walk away with a win based on past performance, based on the tendencies of the two teams. But Beyond going to hope to surprise us here, as this early game still continues to be a little bit on the quieter side. We see Husha actually moving in to the Deep Cross jungle. Nothing to counter there. Will he go for the dive on the Leaky, though, is the question. He doesn't have 6 yet, so no chance for a Stormbringer, but that might change soon. Leong hits 6.
That's huge for Leong here, as the Mega Gnar will have the ability to clear the wave, and Minji's a level 6 already. Vigar caught underneath the tower. The Leaky is just so damn experienced in this scenario. He backs off knowing where the play is going to develop.
Yeah, this opens up Hana to solo onto the Mountain Dragon early on. Really good read by Deep Cross, taking advantage of the fact that they had so many people away from the play. So, yeah, this is really solid for Deep Cross Gaming if they want to get that objective gameplay. They are the team that focuses a little bit more on the Dragons compared to Beyond Gaming. They're a little bit more about early kills, more about early tower pushes.
And this should be completely free. They also do have a bit of a winning power spike on the bottom side. Serrated Dirk plus Tier versus the Noon Quiver typically does favor the Xayah here, so they're just going to use that one. And I would say DCG are doing a very good job of just throttling the early aggression that could come out for Beyond Gaming. The mid jungle has not done anything so far. You're not getting the first bloods. Though Liang is starting to build a lead into this top side, as we should kind of expect in this matchup, especially early on. So I do think the next play that's going to happen on the map is Beyond Gaming trying to leverage their stronger solo lanes and just going for that Herald.
Absolutely. Now we do have a bit of a 2v2 tussle. Wako taking a lot of damage as the Ignite ticks away and negates a lot of his heal. And, oh, he's limping the flash, then the auto on a last feather. Kriskata with the first blood onto Wako. No Hana needed.
That was so incredibly greedy from Wako. He was trying to hold on until the last moment to flash, but he wasn't able to flash the Blade Caller in the end, so he takes that bit of damage, and then the flash auto attacks comes in for Kriskata to finish off the kill, which is going to leave the bottom side completely open for DCG to play around.
Yeah, this is really great. Not only does Kriskata pick the kill up, they get ahead on the summoner spells as Wako burns both flash and heal just in exchange for Kriskata's flash. And Woody's Ignite, of course, Kino matching on that one. Let's take a look at the replay one more time. Wako pushes a little far forward. Doesn't get punished just yet, but, man, they really opened up with that move onto Woody. And, oh, the Flame Chomper's just a little too far forward.
Yeah, there were so many missed abilities on the side of Beyond Gaming. Both the Time Bombs and the Flame Chompers missing. Wako right here, I think he played this a little bit too greedy. Actually, he did dodge on the Blade Caller, but wasn't able to get away from the Q coming in from Xayah. So does fall down in the end here, and this is what we were expecting from the Xayah versus Jinx matchup. Typically, the Xayah does have a good time here, and as we see, this really disrupts the flow of the game because DCG are now the ones on top of this Herald, despite the solo lanes from Beyond Gaming being a tad stronger.
They are going to look to contest this one, but Deep Cross are very close to already securing it. Should get the smite down. There they go. And nothing to fight over. It does mean that not only is the first Dragon picked up by Deep Cross, but the first Herald is as well. SD comes back to cover the lane. Bit of a plate goes down. Woody does tank a charm, but Minji not really in a position to try and get the full execute off onto anyone just yet. And starting to see that the coordination that Deep Cross are bringing is just a little bit better here.
Yeah, I love the fact that DCG went directly into a back and straight to Herald, because that was the comeback play that Beyond Gaming probably had in mind. They didn't overgreed the lane, and Beyond Gaming essentially did the sort of the most costly play that you could in that situation. We're going to take a look at the top side right here, as I think the observers are trying to show us that Liang had no chance to go into Meganar. Mini-Nar very weak in this team fight situation.
Yeah, that's also just a timing thing, right? I mean, Nara is obviously very situational, a little bit tough to, get where you want when the other team is going to force your hand. Now, Husha does come up to the top here, so we'll see if they try to make a repeat play onto Leaky as he's sitting around for a potential lane gank, but not finding an opening, not going to be able to do much. And Leaky, I mean, his whole job right now is just to be able to trade as evenly as he can. It looks like he is going to be going for that more hybrid build that you talked about, the LPL popularizing. Leaky has had such a phenomenal split. I think, all things considered, he spends a year over in the LPL. He comes in and has like this statistically incredible performance up against a number of strong top laners, and he's a kind of linchpin to the Deep Cross success story.
Yeah, I think he's a huge part of why, in my predictions, I do put DCG ahead as well. A bit of a scuffle here. The main reason is Beyond Gaming are very reliant on 1-3-1. As I say that, and so far in the matchups, Leaky has been able to, nullify. But Hana here getting caught out.
Oh my goodness, he never saw it coming. Husha and Minji just pull the pincer off on him right there, and I think he might have realized he was a dead man. Doesn't end up burning flash or anything like that to try and get out of a bad situation, but Beyond do find a kill back. Husha now roaming down to the bot, looking for a play onto Woody and Kriskata. Maybe getting Wako something back. Does not have flash, is about to have heal up, and they're going to try and bait this out. Husha, We're looking for that big Stormbringer here. Woody going to go up, get that knock-up on the grand entrance, and... Okay, Criscata going to be stopped up. Here comes Minji as well, and they get the stun off into the charm, into the big Blade Caller. Doesn't matter on the Feather Storm, and Criscata is going to get bitten down to 0 by Husha. Rocket, Flash, no! Wako still gets it as Hana tries for the intercept and Beyond Gaming. Picking up 2 kills, very well done.
I actually feel like Hana killed him right there because Hana actually enabled the burst damage to go off. So a little bit unfortunate coming in from DCG, but a great play by Beyond Gaming. You know, that was the combo that we were talking about and why I gave the mid-jungle advantage over to Beyond Gaming. It's so hard to outplay just 2 hard crowd controls. And unfortunately for Hana, he didn't check the backbrush on the red buff as he approached the mid lane. Was killed right out, and we're going to take another look here. This is very questionable from DCG. I feel like they have to anticipate that the 4v2 is coming because Hana and Ari just got it killed right there. Unfortunately, they didn't, and we'll see how Woody got sniped out here. Wako flies it in, and Hana did kill him. Oh, no. Oh, Hana. That's
wow.
So unfortunate.
Yikes. Yeah, That's it feels bad, man, if you're Woody. You thought you got out clean, but the jungler coming to help, not actually. Speaking of, Hana in danger of being caught once again, gets nailed by a whole lot of CC, but it's all soft, and he's able to limp out. It's Beyond Gaming pushing Deep Cross out of their jungle once again. After that play, too, the Drake stack gets cut in half, and one thing we got to mention is it is an Infernal Rift. For Beyond Gaming, with the front-to-back team fight, are going to be pretty happy about this.
Yeah, they have to be because, you know, they should be consistently losing that bottom side. So making sure they aren't pressured into a lot of mid-game fights where DCG should, in theory, be strongest. Definitely a great thing for Beyond Gaming. If we're looking further down the line, Gnar is still going to win the split push war versus Gragas. There's not a whole lot Gragas can do, especially after 2 items. He does go off the ramp for the AP builds into the more tank build, so he can't out-damage the Gnar anymore either. So, you know, DCG, essentially, they are playing with a bit of a timer at the very end. They do need those mid-game fights to go well for them. And unfortunately, without that Drake stack, it's going to be a little bit harder to accomplish. I feel like DCG, they need to have a massive second Herald fight to kind of stabilize and clarify where they want to go in this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. Barring that, you know, they need to have Nesty start popping off, but we're going to have to keep an eye and track on those Vigar stacks because, well, he doesn't typically do a lot of the team's damage. This is sort of the exception to the rule, so it is a bit of a different composition. Without a hyper carry for Criscata, it does seem to feel like that late game insurance policy might be all in the mid lane, but it's going to be a while before he gets there. Right now, he doesn't really have much of an edge over Minji. In fact, he's behind given the fact that the kill differential is in Minji's favor. And on this champion that he has really made a name for himself this split on, it does feel like Beyond are going to be very favored in a lot of these team fights. Still waiting for a number of mythics to come in for most of these players. You can actually see Wako still a little bit behind the curve here, as he's only sitting on a bit of a bargain bin. Should be able to get it on his next back, and Leon going to be starting to move. We start to see the roams around the map. Hana does run into him, but there is a 3-level differential. Hana knows it, not going to go ahead and find that, but Herald's popped back up again. This is actually instantly started by Hana, and there's not a whole lot of Beyond Gaming players in position to make this happen on a contest.
Yeah, this is actually pretty smart from Beyond Gaming. The most dangerous situation for them is if they give over too many kills to DCG and allow them to snowball. So they're just going for the straight trade. And, you know, getting resources onto Jinx, getting that first tower, I'd take that any day of the week. That's a great trade, in my opinion. You get that extra first tower gold down. You know, it matters a little bit less for the Xayah because she needs a good early game. And, Criscata.
Speaking of the Xayah, what in the heck was he doing out there solo? Gets gnarred into the wall, but does have a Feather Storm. Has to burn everything to get away from Liang. Oh, man, that's not what you want to see on the side lanes.
Now, that was a little bit greedy from the rookie right here because his team did have the Herald. He didn't really need to force that one. There was really no chance that they were going to take the first brick anyway, so I felt like he just got a little bit greedy for that one, and he does hand over 3 big cooldowns. So Beyond Gaming actually have a very good chance at winning the next team fight. They could just flash Husha on top of Criscata, and I don't think there's an answer here.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling pretty good about the next fights they go through on, and of course Gale Force now picked up by Wako as well, despite getting a little greedy and giving away a kill early on in this game. He's definitely come back to the form that we expect to see out of the Beyond Gaming bot laner. Wako, of course, having big shoes to fill. This split has certainly done very, very adequately for Megabank Beyond Gaming. Even if the team is not necessarily playing around him all that often, I feel like this composition, a little bit different. Herald gets popped in the mid. This should be a tower unless they can muster a defense. Shelly gets a good charge off with the minion wave. That ought to be enough. Question is, does Husha find a counterplay here? And the answer is no.
We are going to go straight into the Infernal fight. A couple key things to note here is Liang is in no position to teamfight well. I think this is DCG's best chance to come back into the game. We're talking about the Wombo combo. Ooh, really misfires though.
Playing a little dangerous now. Leaky actually takes a whole lot of poking into Nesty. That's a lot of damage, but to turn things around, Beyond are losing a lot of health. Minji does have the chrono shift on, and Leaky so low, gonna just barely dodge out of harm's way. I can't believe it, but nobody dies just yet as Leon gets a two-man Nart shove, and now battered and bruised, but not down. Beyond Gaming will start off this first Infernal, but there is still everybody from Deep Cross trying to make the counterplay. Leon tanking a little bit. No Narbar there. They weren't really watching for him. He's going to have to hop away. There's a chance. Hana's going to go in on the smite. Steals away the Infernal Drake. And now the fight is on once again into the Featherstorm. Kriskata back into the pit. Chasing away. That's Husha taken down as Hana falls as well. Jungler for jungler here. Minji missing out on the charm. Then both these teams just kind of facing off, a bit of a stalemate. But it is going to be Deep Cross that walk away with the objective.
Great save coming in from Deep Cross right there. The start of the fight was a little bit scuffed. We were talking about the Wombo combo, and unfortunately, I think Woody just showed his cards a little bit too early. He didn't get anything off of that engage. Beyond Gaming instantly flashes in to kind of get extra resources on that situation. You know, Wako even able to use a Flame Chomper off of that one. So the start of the fight, I would say definitive win by Beyond Gaming, you know, forcing away DCG, forcing away all of their engaged tools right there. But on the back end, the harass there was just terrific. We got the TP back in from Leaky, not followed up by Liang. You know, honestly, if Liang, I think he should have matched the TP, the back end, the TP right here. But a lot of extra power coming in from Leaky to make sure that they could harass on both sides, put a lot of pressure on Beyond Gaming. And Hana, in the end, does steal the Infernal Drake, a huge part for a Wombo combo team comp is you do want to kill those targets on the first salvo, so that's huge for them. And in the meantime, Kristaga also comes back in, is able to survive throughout the team fight, gets his Featherstorm back in, and Wako not being able to clean up these kills, the charm missing in the back end, does mean that DCG are able to salvage this.
Yeah, I think you can see that some of the decision-making sometimes breaks down a little bit there. It was a little slow to react. The Dragon was started despite the fact that nobody had died, meaning it was going to be up for a 50-50 teleport. Taken a lot earlier by Leaky. And then Minji kind of backs away while the Dragon's being finished. I think that really opened up an opportunity for Hana there. And just a little bit of a couple different minds on the execution. I think Deep Cross were more together on that one, Clement. As a result, they get the Dragon. Just about 20 minutes on the clock. It is almost dead even in gold. It has actually been a pretty back-and-forth game, and a low-kill one at that.
And it definitely has been a lot quieter than I imagined this game would go, especially from the mid-jungle on the side for Beyond Gaming. And from the team fights for DCG, I feel like the problem for DCG is they are going into, you know, sort of the phase where Leon gets to do whatever he wants. You can already see that in the side lane as he does have the anti-tank build with the Divine Thunder. So DCG need to find a decisive fight here.
Oh, that kick. Hana was really trying to find it, but the charm does land into the rocket. That's not going to get anybody down just yet. However, Husha going to get the resurrect now as Kino is quick on the R button. Leon on the charge for number 2. They're going to find Woody on the charm, and Husha is able to claim the kill credit, taking him down. Hana goes a little too deep, gets some Lee syndrome in that one, and I feel like Hana's made a number of key mistakes this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen the combo at all from Woody and Hana. That's what you're really looking for in this type of comp. Wombo combo most of the time should be started out by the Rakan, but unfortunately they're not able to get their pieces together, and I have to say that was a little bit too opportunistic. Trying to attack an Ahri like that, I think most of the times is not going to work out, and I think it goes to show you that DCG are really in the mentality that they are going to lose out on this late game. They don't have an answer to this Gnar on the side lane, and Jinx is going to outscale at some point. So DCG are looking for kind of the decisive mid-game team fight that we're talking about. But unfortunately for them, the Drake comes in a little bit too late. I think at 26 minutes, there's a lot that Beyond Gaming can do. You know, they can split the map up with a split pusher. They can threaten the Baron at the same time. So it's going to be hard for, in my mind, for DCG to get Beyond Gaming to commit in these couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to see how slippery that this squad can be. And, you know, off the back of that attempt on Minji's life, he's got the Banshee's Veil now as well on this Ahri. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to pull off that one-shot combo that they want. Of course, we've already seen Kino on a number of these chrono shifts, preventing some of these big deaths, particularly on the side of Minji. Here comes the push in for Beyond Gaming, looking for that mid-tier 1. It's 1-to-1 in turrets. We've seen on the bottom side, on the mid side here, taken down. You definitely want to try and match that pressure if you're Beyond Gaming, so you get a lot more positional advantages for your Baron contest, but Deep Cross not keen on letting that happen. And both the top laners kind of split focus here, but you do see Leon going to be the first one to arrive on the scene if they do go into that 5v5.
This is so insanely ballsy from Wako. Like, his top laner is actually nowhere near the scene, but he's still willing to just step up and try his luck against a lot of these crowd controls. That's Wako's playstyle for you. I think he's kind of like a loose cannon. He's never been a particularly safe player, but when he gets away with it, you know, it does pay off, and now he's off.
Absolutely, they get that dragon as well, and ooh, they've caught Leaky out. However, who's catching who? You can see that Husha goes a little bit too deep in there, does get the resurrect once again, courtesy of Kino. Do they have enough? No, Husha going to fall on the back half of it. Now, Leon, a little bit too late on the Narbar. Wako's still keeping them at arm's length, though, and you're absolutely right. This guy certainly plays with a lot of confidence, and, you know, we expect nothing less from the Doggo successor of Beyond Gaming.
This is so fun to watch. The red buff does wear out, but he's still going in.
I can't believe it. He's barely got any mana right now. He's going to run out if he keeps rocket poking like that. And flash forward, Nesty looking for the baby cage. Can't quite find it on Minji, who burns his own flash. That opens up an opportunity for Deep Cross to keep pushing here. They should be able to secure this inner tower. This could be a little rough for Beyond if they lose this one. And they're going to keep him stiff-armed. Nesty really making that Vigar cage work. And Tier 2 does go down. Deep Cross Gaming starting to push themselves around. Gold's still dead even in here, and Beyond really want to take this fight, but they just don't have an opening. Wako does find Leaky. The rocket poke is huge. Got to be careful, though, here.
Usha, come back.
Usha? All right, this is going to be Tier 1 for Tier 2. All right. Beyond, they've been wanting that tower for ages, Clement. They'll finally claim it. Ooh, Leaky caught a little isolated. Here we go. Woody! They're going to have to take that blast cone out, and Minji may have found Criscata on this. No, the Featherstorm, and who was baiting who as he tries to get it back. Leon knocks him into the wall. However, that's going to be enough. And a big wombo off the back. Husha with an absolutely massive bear drop gets the double kill, and Beyond Gaming salvaging everything. What a back-and-forth fight.
This is so smart by Beyond Gaming. Even though they lost Husha, they recognized that all the engaged tools from DCG were down. So they essentially just ran around them. This is kind of like watching the Mongol army conquer Europe in a sense. They just, you know, constant hit and run attacks, constant feigned retreats, and they just outlast DCG, just playing with the cooldown pressure. And that's the problem with the Wombo Combo comp. If your Wombo Combo is down, you really have very little threat.
Oh, speaking of threat, though, Minji, he does have the chrono break, but that is going to be an incredibly low Baron. It's up for grabs, but with the smite, it does go the way of Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Once again, Nesty going to drop on the back of that fight, so they'll pick up some dessert with their dinner. Husha could be caught out by the combo leaking Woody. However, no follow-up damage. Liang is here as well. Minji is going to be able to dash the wall, and well, Leaky might be able to cut off Liang, but it doesn't matter. He can hop that one and get out safely. All 5 members of Beyond Gaming going to go ahead and secure that Baron. And oh boy, Clement, they definitely look like they're on horseback right now, the way that this team is playing too fast.
That was such a crazy play from Beyond Gaming. What they essentially did is that they actually gave up their second tier tower. They didn't wave clear when they had the HP advantage on Jinx. And they lost it because Wako was playing a really good tempo play right there. And they forced DCG really far into enemy territory and then punished by just constantly whittling away at HP bars. They get a Baron off of this, and because they stopped so many backs, they're now going to have a very strong push right into the mid lane. Like, people are not there yet to defend because they've been harassed twice with the Super Mega Death Rocket and with the Boulder Toss that Beyond Gaming get a second free tower off of that one. This is so infuriating to watch from a DCG perspective. They've won the battle, but they've lost the wars.
And that's what matters. And if you're a Mega Bank Beyond Gaming fan, you have to be pretty happy with how this team has actually been able to execute in a 5v5, because this is one of the weaknesses this team has had all split long. Kriskata has a great dodge out on the Boulder Toss, but Liang knocks Kriskata back in. He gets a little bit bursted, and in comes the Foley Bear. What a beautiful drop by Husha on the Stormbringer. It enables so much damage to come through, and that buys a Baron.
Gets the all four members right here. Beautiful stuff. And Beyond Gaming are finding themselves in a situation where not only have they completely eliminated the Drake stacking potential for DCG, they're also going into the late game with a sizable gold lead. Here we go again!
Another wombo combo. They take the tower down. Hana running for the hills, and he knows he can't live for very long. Tries to buy some time, but Liang looking to cut off Woody and Nesty, and they might want to just end the game right here. Leaky and Nesty, the only ones remaining. Liang on the front, still in Meganar, and Beyond Gaming just flipping the kill switch here. Charm does land. They've managed to bait Leaky in just a little bit. Wako flashing some fancy footwork on the flash button here as he looks for Nesty. Dodges out the Dark Matter, and they're on Nexus turrets, looking to make a huge statement in game number 1 of the playoffs.
They are just charging down the base, and there's only 2 people here to defend. We do have Kriskata coming up with both summoners here, so I didn't think Beyond Gaming will just retreat, but they've gotten far more than they bargained for. If they can make this retreat in an orderly fashion, they should be able to get this next Drake as well. Husha is low, but there should be no contest here. So DCG, they're just looking at dire straits. They never really found that wombo combo in the mid-game against Beyond Gaming.
Oh boy. Yeah, just getting out executed here. Replay once again. It is really all on Husha setting these things up. It's just such a massive tanky bear, but they've already got him lined up for him. Really good CC chain, and the front to back is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Kriskata over the wall tags the Everfrost on, Minji over the wall tags it on Kriskata, able to take him out with the Stormbringer followed into the stun immediately. There's no response right there. That's their main point of sustained damage, and they just have to back out afterwards. So, you know, honestly, Beyond Gaming is actually out-comping DCG, despite DCG kind of having the wombo combo comp.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten ahead enough, and now with an additional Infernal Dragon as well. I mean, we probably, given the way this game is going, we probably won't see the full soul coming through, but I suppose it's always possible if they let that one go the next 4 minutes. It's certainly favoring Beyond Gaming for what they can do now with a cracked inhibitor down bottom and an open one in mid. Deep Cross have to play incredibly defensive. Woody going a little far forward here, but I don't think you're going to outplay Minji one-on-one. I think he maybe just sees that's there and doesn't really want to get much, give himself over to the mid laner of Beyond Gaming, who's had a pretty stellar game on this Ahri, as to be expected. Going to try to collapse on him here. Here's Hana and Leaky. Will they be able to pull it off? But who's catching who? All of a sudden, out of the brushes comes a bear.
Yeah, DCG are just getting forced completely away here. I do like the attempt, honestly, because you do have Gnar pushing in the bottom side. There is no inhibitor there, so it's going to be a long time until he actually has an objective to take down. And here comes the wombo. Can they make it work?
Okay, into the knock-up, but the knock-away comes through there as Leaky just misses a little bit of an angle on that barrel. And look what's happening at home base.
Burst.
It's the Gnar taking the kills. Husha, Kino, they just need to keep them busy right now. It's a bear nexus. They might be able to win the fight, but they can't keep themselves alive. And down on the base, Liang, joined by Minji now on the teleport. Talk about winning the battle, but losing the war as Beyond Gaming open up with a win.
DCG, their solo laners cannot get the teleports off in time. They're being constantly harassed, and this is just, I think unfortunately DCG came in with a composition that had a very coherent identity, but it wasn't a composition that actually played to their strengths. I think if you look at the second half of the split, where they have had a lot of troubles, it has been because of engages, and it has been because of coordination. They're great with creativity and roaming, but engages has not really been their strong suit. And unfortunately, in this matchup, they needed it to outplay the Chrono Shift. They needed it to get the damage done before the Gnar was going to get out of hand. And if you looked at the mid game, we didn't get that at all. We didn't see a single instance where there was a decisive engage coming in from Woody, followed into the explosive cask, followed in by the Lee Sin potential insect. In fact, it was Beyond Gaming realizing that most of the time that those tools weren't there and punishing them for it just by whittling them down over and over again.
Yeah, we saw Beyond Gaming really having a solid team fight. They knew what they wanted to do. I mean, admittedly, both these teams really did, but it was Beyond that were much more comfortable in the way they pulled it off. I think Deep Cross had some individual outplays. I think that bot side, Kriskata and Woody looked good in the laning phase, which was kind of the opposite of what we expected based on performance, but really, really well played.
I feel like DCG, once again, it's early, it's more mid-game focused, it's wombo combo focused, while Beyond Gaming had the edge in the hyper carries and the split push position. So DCG had to put this game away pretty much early, but I feel like if you look at the way they engage, you can kind of tell that they're not used to piloting this composition. A lot of their engages were rather wishy-washy. They were done when not the full team was committing. And I feel like if you play this comp, you have to commit all the way. It's not a half and half sort of composition. So we saw, I think, critically in the third Drake, where it was Rakan just starting the fight with a W. Like, that's probably the last thing I would ever expect for this composition. You have to start with the quickness. You have to start with the flashes, or else you shouldn't start at all. You should hold down with those cooldowns. The second time we saw it was around the Baron pit, where it was Lee Sin flashing in without the support of the top laner anywhere close to the fight at all. It was just like, oh, Hana, I'm just going to try this engage against Nari 1v1. And it was so weird. And to me, this is DCG showcasing that they're probably not confident with this type of composition. I think they will have to pivot in the following games off of this.
Now, I think Deep Cross Gaming certainly are a team that are able to pivot in those situations. This is not a team that I would be worried that they'd be too locked into a specific playstyle. Maybe they wanted to try something different, but if they go back to the drawing board, play more of their traditional strengths, maybe we'll see something a bit different. Here's the breakdown of the game. It actually was quite back and forth on the gold. A low kill game in the beginning, but it started to get out of hand when the team fight started to come in. The 3-ATM Jinx started popping off. Wako, man, this guy plays a frontline Jinx like nobody else. Really huge confidence there. He was backed up by a very impressive performance from both Kino and Husha. I have to say, really, really good on this tanky. Volibear had that Thornmail jumping in on the Stormbringers to help them go up. And of course, Kino, I honestly didn't expect the Zillion to come in today for him. It didn't really feel like the type of champion that we expect him to play, but they had Husha being the primary engage, and I think we're starting to see some range out of Beyond Gaming, and that changes the math just a little bit, Clement. I know the predictions were, for both of us, 3-2 in favor of Deep Cross. Is your mind changed at all after that one?
Ooh, tough question. I want to prop up Minji first before we go into that one. Congratulations on the MVP 2-0-7 performance. Really utilizing the Ahri, I think, quite well this game, especially for the early snowballing against Veigar and keeping Nesty basically completely invisible throughout this game. Like, I don't think Nesty really was able to accomplish much as he was pushed in early by this pick. Now, moving on to your question, I have to say, yes, I think this changes the calculus. In my mind, DCG was going to come in smashing because they had so much time to prepare. They had 12 days to come up with a winning strategy, and that has been their strong point in the past. But their first showcase of what they prepared, I think it just missed the mark. It did not seem that they actually piloted this composition very well. And I think the biggest thing that we're going to have to look forward to is Nesty's role in these compositions. I feel like Nesty on the back half of the split has kind of really lost his way. He's played Ivern, he's played Seraphine, but they haven't seemed like an integral part of any of the compositions that he's played. So I'm super curious to see what he still has in the bag, because if I know Nesty, I know he has something prepared. It's just not been shown yet.
He's got to. But I really think they got to give him an advantage, right? They need to give him something that they can win a game on. But we'll see if they can do that in this next one, or if they'll go down 0-2. We'll be right back after a short break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Glowing like the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling our gravity, reaching the horizons, we You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a blue world. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching in our presence, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Taste the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we Taste the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Playoffs. We have just seen a very unexpected game number one, not because of the result necessarily, but because of the way the teams played, in all honesty. Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking their first win over Deep Cross in this series. Clement, how are Deep Cross going to bounce back?
Well, I think they are going to shift back into something they're a little bit more comfortable with. I think Riscata Hyper Carry is probably still the correct route for them. And I do think they're going to be taking the Jinxes a lot more than the Zayas going into the series. That's the first point. The second thing is I think they're going to just snatch up Gwen whenever it's offered. Last game, even on blue side, I think they should have gone for Gwen. The mid lane pick for me is also most likely going to change. They saw the Ahri, which is the expected pick coming out from Minji. They went for the Veigar. I feel like the Twisted Fate is probably going to be the answer going forward.
Absolutely. Now, before we do dive into a little bit more of that analysis,
sorry.
I do want to take a moment once again to thank our sponsors, of course. They are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. I agree with you. I was actually a little surprised to see the Gwen left open and not taken, both that and the fact that it was a blind Gragas picked up early on for Leaky. I mean, this is a guy that certainly can play the carries to solid potential, and I was a little bit surprised to see that strategy. So maybe this is the moment that Deep Cross go back to, I almost want to say their bread and butter, but to be honest, this is a team that they're at the buffet. They're taking all sorts of weird stuff. They're not necessarily going for the basics. And I want to see Nesty on a champion that can roam a little earlier, because that Vigard kind of was locked in lane while Minji was the one running around.
Yeah, that was definitely a main issue here. I was very surprised to see that would be the counter pick of choice. It's no surprises drafting against Beyond Gaming, because they actually have very limited champion pools across the board. So I kind of expected DCG to come out with a better counter picks overall. It's not really what we've seen. And the thing about Twisted Fate is you can leave lane whenever you want to. You're not like the Vicar that has to leave lane through teleports and can't really follow up on the Ahri. So if the TF is open, I would be pretty comfortable going with the first rotation. Once again, we do have DCG selecting themselves blue side. So this is really interesting because it's not really how we envisioned the matchup to go. The biggest strength in our eyes for DCG was the fact that Leaky could just shut down whatever champion Liang had. Leaky is a very good top laner. I actually think he's better than Liang. So I expected DCG to play takeaway against Beyond Gaming by shutting down their 1-3-1, giving Leaky the counter pick. That was my idea for the game plan, but DCG sticking to blue side, it does mean that they're going for more compositional focus rather than lane counter focus.
And that is what has worked for this team in the past, especially against the likes of Beyond Gaming. A couple of target bans focused here. The Akali up against Minji, his other most played champion, although the Ahri has been huge. They do leave that available, so you have to wonder if they've prepared something else to deal with it, as well as the Tryndamere banned out against Liang, who showcased a pretty solid Gnar last time around. He does have a bit more range, perhaps, and if this is not a Gwen ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that coming in quickly, as a Volibear is actually removed. That was the champion Husha played last game.
I will say this is one of Hana's better champions, so
Ooh.
I'm pretty happy with the draft so far. DCG throwing things up, going with the Ahri this time around. Now,
Takeaway, okay.
yeah, it's super interesting. They are obviously pinching down onto Minji's champion pool. The only other champion that Minji is, I would say, super proficient on would be the Zoe. But Zoe is a bit more risky of a pick. She goes with the poke compositions, and you do have to snowball with her a bit. So we'll see if Beyond Gaming are just going to go for that, or are they going to pivot into something else. It does look like to me that they might be going for a much slower game plan and pivoting to something like the Orianna. While DCG, this time around, I think they are just making sure that Nesty can have impact in the early game. And finally, they are going to go for more of a hyper carry on the side of Kriskov.
Yep, the old Aphelios, time to dust him off and put him back in the game, as Kriskov will get his hands on that champion again, pair up with the Ahri for Nesty. On Beyond Gaming side, it is Reset City already to kick things off. I think the Orianna would fit relatively well in there. The question is, how comfortable would Minji feel on it? And this has been a Deep Cross special as well. The Renata Glass coming in. It has been, what's the technical term, Clement? A little sus.
It's been very hit or miss. I feel like DCG's weakest points have been engaging, and unfortunately Renata doesn't really help in that matter. I feel like the read here for DCG is that, okay, we know that Kino for the most part does like to play engaged supports, and Husha has to go into melee range to get resets. So they were thinking that Renata would be a rather safe choice here, but unfortunately Beyond Gaming actually went with the second Zillion pick again here. So kind of dodging out on that laning weakness, and I love the bans here from Beyond Gaming. They're actually reading DCG as having to engage on them. So they're taking away both of the teamfight champions from Hana, and Hana is severely pinched right here. If he goes with the Xin Zhao, it's definitely still a strong pick here, but it doesn't really fit with the composition, I think, as much as it needs to be. Beyond Gaming going to answer with the Twisted Fate, which is also... We're getting a lot of sus picks out now.
Yeah, flip the nameplates here. We've got Nesty on the Ahri and Minji on the Twisted Fate. Are you sure that DCG are on the blue side this game? I don't know. Yeah, this is a little bit odd. Curious to see how that matchup will go. And the Trundle comes in for Hana. You talked about them needing engage. It's not the easiest to do. You can throw down the pillar, you can run at them, but it's not the hardest engage. I feel like you need to round this out with like,
Yeah.
oh gosh. I mean, I guess you could go for the Nargate, the Camille. That would work. That would work.
Okay, that's the engage that we were looking for. Okay, and it is also a fighter as well, so that at least rounds out the composition beautifully.
No.
A couple points that we mentioned, the hyper carries. He's not gonna lock that in. Hyper
No,
carries.
that's got to be troll, right?
And the Aphelios, at least DCG, I think they can play through their strong points in this draft. I think most likely they're gonna go for Fiora is a great one actually.
Yeah,
okay.
We've seen this matchup a number of times. Good skill in the 1v1. I actually really like this because we now get a chance to see Leaky and Liang just fight it out. That's going to be a lane to watch.
Yeah, it's occasionally winnable for the side of Camille, but much more often you should expect the Fiora to just come out ahead, especially if he's going to get early game pressure from the Twisted Fate as well. So looking across the board here, we do have Beyond Gaming with essentially a reset composition. They take down the first target. They have the Grand Challenge for a bunch of healing. They have the reset on Sovereign's Domain, and you also have the Get Excited from Jinx. So it's a very strong chase down composition on the side of Beyond Gaming. Very good.
Plus the Zillion insurance.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong.
We saw Beyond play a really, really solid team fight last time around. I feel like this one is maybe a little riskier, but still, it can certainly set them up for success. And putting Minji on a champion like the Twisted Fate, who's going to be going in there and going for the gold card engage, is a little bit different. And I feel like we're seeing this Beyond Gaming squad show a slightly different side of themselves than they have all split long, which is crazy. We weren't really expecting them to have the team fight that they did last time around. Can they do it again, though? That's the question. Up against the side of Deep Cross, it feels like there's still some experiments going on here. They're putting Nesty on a damage dealer. They're keeping to the Renata Glass bottom lane pick. I don't know what to make of this one, Clement, and see if Deep Cross can come back and get a win here, or will Beyond Gaming be the ones going up 2-0?
There's two win scenarios in my mind for DCG. The first one is that Leaky is somehow able to, with the help of Hana, win the lane versus Liang. It's not expected to happen in this matchup, but I've definitely seen it happen before. If the Camille gets far enough ahead, if she can bait out the riposte in a couple of trades, it's definitely possible for him to dominate. On the other part, I would say it's that DCG need to bait Beyond Gaming. They need to have them funnel into them, just run towards them, and get Woody on the spot with a great hostile takeover. If that goes down, Beyond Gaming are actually very brittle across the board. They don't have champions that can survive auto-attacking each other. So that would be the second win condition. But honestly, Beyond Gaming are not supposed to run into 5v5s. For them, this game is about picking sides and overloading the map and making sure you play away from Renata.
Yeah, try to avoid Renata Glass as much as possible. Usually pretty good strategy. Woody, of course, in this lane. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes in the straight-up 2v2, I feel, because, yeah, you want to, at level 6, be able to counter that hard engage. With Kino relatively squishy, you see they're playing a bit more defensively there. It is a heal Zillion.
Yeah, I do think Zillion's biggest problem is that his trading is still very weak in lane, and we saw that in the first game as well. Time bombs, pretty hard to land. Your ultimate is not great in the 2v2, I would say. It doesn't really work. It's much more of a team fight ultimate than a laning ultimate, so I do expect DCG to come out quite comfortably here in the 2v2 early on.
And of course, that top lane matchup, I do want to watch that one. Talked about how this is certainly a Fiora favored one. Weak point's going to be hit there. However, Leaky, as you mentioned in the pick ban, has been the stronger of the two overall. So I'm curious to see if he can, with the help of Hana, maybe overcome a little bit on that deficit. Does lose out in the level 1 to level 2 exchange. However, he's playing it back relatively safe. We'll have to see if Hana does take a trip up there after he gets his clear off. Nesty actually roaming spotted as he gets another ward down. Husha in this jungle. Of course, Husha on this Viego. Now, this is a champion that we saw almost every game in the last year, especially in the summer split. But it has become a much more of a situational pick when you want to get those resets, when you want to try and pull off the ganks into the Heartbreakers and use your opponent's strengths against you. Here comes Hana.
Here we go.
On that roam at level 3. Liang's going to be able to dash it, repose, no problem.
Yeah, pretty well played here. Even though Liang's lane is pushing, he's very aware that the gank could be incoming. And I do want to remind everyone that Beyond Gaming did sneak a level 1 ward into the red of DCG. So, honestly, if Liang died right there, his Benny probably would have a lot to say to him. You're not supposed to die if you know the first jungle pathing coming in from the opponent here. So he does dodge out on that quite nicely. And now it's Husha's turn to make sure that the repeat gank is not coming.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of attention being paid topside by both junglers for the time being. Not a whole lot of surprises there. I will point out, though, Leaky definitely going for a bit more of a combat summoner situation as he has paired his teleport with an Ignite versus Liang's Flash. So a little bit more focused on the all-in potential as we settle our duo laners back into the bot. It was actually Kriskata and Woody that were able to finish off the Scuttle Crab as they roamed up into River instead of Hana. And a lot of poke damage coming out of that Aphelios.
Yeah.
I
do want to mention that most of the times Camille, when she goes Ignite, it's because of the laning matchup is very difficult. It's more of a defensive matchup in the idea of deterrence, basically. It's like, well, you know, I've got this extra summoner over you, even though I might not win the one-to-one champion trade, I have the chance to edge out ahead with the extra damage. Here we have the gank against Woody.
Yeah, he's got a flash immediately. Knew he wasn't going to live very long after the fact, and they do get the root down. Wako taking a little bit low. They actually are going to bring Hana into this party for a 3v3. Wako low, has the flash, uses the heal. It was actually Kino's, I should say, and finally he'll be forced to flash out of it, so holds on a little longer than maybe he should have.
Really good stuff coming in from DCG and Hana right there. Able to get multiple summoners, very key summoners, both flash and heal down. And I feel like Beyond Gaming probably just overstayed on that play, you know, going in and chasing forward after the flash was expended by Woody means that they do get punished. And this is an opening for DCG, you know, there's only the cleanse left. It's very difficult for them to escape the pillar. And I foresee a repeat gank before the level 6 can come in for the Chrono Shift.
Yeah, nice edge here. Or Deep Cross, you kind of see Kriskata building up a pretty decent CS lead as well. Kick things off here. Teleport, of course, burned by Liang on that back. Does pick up a Sheen for his trouble, so it's going to be matched by Leaky in just a moment. But another relatively quiet start to the game. This time, not for lack of trying, however, as both junglers are taking trips up top, both junglers are taking trips down bottom. Both junglers have been very busy, and I expected this out of Husha. He is very gank-focused, but Hana's been matching pressure quite well on this Trundle.
Yep, has been able to, even though he was put behind, I think he's made up on it earlier. And this is a very interesting move coming in from Woody. He's helping shove the lane in for Nesty to create roams onto the map. And what this does, it makes sure that Minji cannot get a free roam up. He's already hit level 6 at 550, so a pretty early timing coming in from him to impact the map. And the most important thing for DCG is to make sure that Camille doesn't fall too far behind. Or, you know, honestly, they would like it if he could win his lane, but it's kind of hard to make that assumption here. So at the very least, they're going to make sure that Leaky is not going to get ganked by this Twisted Fate.
And just sheens on sheens on sheens right now if you're watching the top half of the map. And Leaky is going to run into Liang in this Tribe Rush. Actually, got to be a little careful. Has the hook shot. The Vital, though. Liang really wants this one as he has level 6 issuing the grand challenge. But into the Hextech Ultimatum, they've got a little bit of help from Nesty. Liang running for the hills, and the 2v1 results in the first blood for Nesty.
That was way too opportunistic there from Liang. He was correct in assuming that that was a huge mistake from Leaky, and Leaky without the flash, he actually would have died there without his teammates. So the damage calculations was correct, but the map was not in his favor right there. So he does end up going down, and that's huge. This is, as I've said, still a matchup that Camille can sometimes come out ahead of it given enough kills.
Yeah, and a little bit of help, too. I mean, Nesty picking up the kills quite big as they had given him the Ahri this game, something that they're hoping to dish a little bit more damage on. This is going to open up an opportunity for Deep Cross to go for this first Mountain Drake as well. So this is going to be a follow-through as the gold card after the teleport comes in from Minji, or should I say the Destiny Gate. They're going to be able to walk away from it, though. Beyond looking for opportunities, and maybe they're a little half-baked here. Liang, as you mentioned, he definitely got his calculator out, but he did not account for the opportunity of Minji, of Nesty coming in. I see an Ahri on the minimap, and I think one thing in this match.
I think you can be forgiven for that one. Not much Liang could do afterwards, but you can see the idea right here coming in from the trades that Beyond Gaming are definitely very much focused on getting 1-3-1 down. This is not a comp that they can reliably win, I think, 5v5. I feel like 5v5, they're so prone to hostile takeover, just wrecking through their entire team. They're also very short range in terms of their front line. So they would prefer to have a much more spread out map where Twisted Fate can get much more value by being essentially in two places at the same time. And so winning the side lanes is incredibly important for them. But in the meantime, DCG have their strengths here as their bottom lane with that Renata pick is starting to just dominate the lane here. And they do have a completely free open 2v2 with no Destiny Gate to interfere.
Yeah, Minji already burning his earlier does mean that Deep Cross can bring Hana down. Nesty was on the way as well. It opens up for a few free plates. Kriskata going to be getting really ahead in gold if this keeps up. And Leaky, he started to turn this matchup in his favor too, has a slight item advantage over Liang. There is, of course, both ultimates up and available. Leaky's going to get his Ignite back a little bit faster than Liang will his Flash on that cooldown. Should be able to push this in a little bit more. Level advantage as well. Nicely done on the combo there. That tack sweep also clipping a little more of Liang's health bar, and this is getting dangerous for the Beyond top laner.
You know, I still think that there's no real chance for Liang to die right here, but it certainly is making him rather uncomfortable onto the top side. And we could be seeing I think the gank assist coming in is what's important here. Liang, no TP. If he does, just die to Trundle, and you know, you can't riposte a subjugate. So there's definitely a chance for the gank to just straight up happen. The Hana does get spotted, so Liang should stay safe in the meantime.
Alrighty. Taking a look at how the gold has shaken out this game. As we expected, as last game was, it was a little bit back and forth for just a minute in those small gold leads, but those are very negligible. Now it started to go out in front here for Deep Cross, especially as a result of the first blood they were able to pick up earlier on. A bit of a quieter game as far as the kills go than we have seen in the regular season. However, Deep Cross looking to control this one. Leaky, still a level advantage, still a CS advantage. A pretty sizable one now, too, as he's kept Liang away from a lot of the minions. But Husha is here. And critically, if they can open up a kill, he's got the Eye of the Rift Herald. They can try to get a big push off. Still some time to work with on the plates. That could start to turn Liang's matchup around, but Husha doesn't find the opening he was looking for, and Leaky's right up here looking to secure the first plate.
Yeah, Leaky's playing this incredibly safe. He is stacking the waves to push. Oh, a great find
Grand
there.
challenge. Oh, the tack sweep, though. Is Liang going to be able to bait this out? That ignites, ticking, and it's just enough. Now he's going to go for the 1v1. Nope, never mind. They're bringing Minji to the party and onto the Heartbreaker. It actually gets canceled by Nesty. Husha still gets the kill. 1v2.
Oh, he
but
misses
here
the
comes
hook.
1v1, I should say. And oh my goodness, no, Husha! He missed out on a hook, but he's still able to dodge out of Hana. Man, what a weird series of events up topside.
Yeah, essentially a 3v3 that was spread across space and time is what happened right there. Huge commends to Leaky for outplaying Liang completely. He baits out the riposte and still finds the damage in completely in order to get that solo kill. Of course, Husha does get his pound of flesh in the very end, but I don't think that's enough to swing the matchup. I feel like we are seeing Camille actually just dominate, even though it's a much worse 1v1 matchup. But watch this again as Leaky is able to get the hook shot out before the riposte actually comes in, gets the full damage and the ignite down for the kill. And Minji is, oh come on, this is that was so a little bit greedy.
You can't do that in front of Nesty. He knows how that champion works. Yeah, at this point, he whiffs the hook shot, still gets out. Meanwhile, we're right back into it because all of a sudden things have opened up. Kriskata flashing forward is going to be able to get the resurrection out as a hostile takeover comes back a little bit. Wako doing Kriskata's job for him, but meanwhile Beyond have already popped the Rift Herald in the mid, and all of a sudden things have gotten spicy as they're going to get a couple plates down here. Nesty a little bit low on the health bars, but they don't find an opening to get the dive on. So Beyond are feeling a little pressure here to make some plays happen.
Yeah, I feel like we just saw a gank coming in from Husha that was probably missed as we watched the action in the bot side. So you do get a good chunk and a Herald drop. But I have to say that's actually a pretty acceptable situation for DCG. If I'm DCG, I'm much more worried about the Herald drop top, because that could change the matchup. If it's dropped mid, nothing really changes. You still see the Twisted Fate getting pushed in. You still see the roam potential of the TF just being denied completely by the Ahri. So I'm actually completely fine with that Herald drop. That Herald drop was more of a desperation drop than a drop that actually accentuated the game plan for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, Beyond really wanted to get that off in the top side, but because Liang had died before Husha could even really get in there, sure, he gets the follow-up kill on Leaky, and that's great, but yeah, they don't get to turn that into anything, and it does seem like the early decision to have Hana focus a little bit on that top side, help out Leaky in this matchup that's slightly tilted in Liang's favor, has done so much work for the game. Deep Cross, not only do they really have the edge in the gold game, they have the 2 dragon stacks going now. It's going to be an ocean dragon, so they're going to have a lot of sustainability here. Wako does get a plate off. They will be able to find Cruscata. The rocket comes through. They're going to look to finish him here on Minji's gold card, but it's going to be a bailout. Cruscata doesn't last very long after the fact, though, and now Husha going to be running a little bit for the hills, but they have already gotten their kill. Nesty a little late to this party, and Beyond are going to cloister up to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for DCG. They actually, I think they tried to play their wards a little bit too smart. They actually dropped it outside the tri-brush, if you saw that pink ward. So that's a really odd ward placement from them. It did not spot out, if you watch here, it actually did not spot out Husha, and this is a really good fake out by Zillion as well. If you see someone clearing wards, you don't expect the jungler to already be in the brush there. So Husha finds a great engage on Cruscata. Even with the takedown, the bailout, excuse me, he's not able to find the takedown reset, and they just get away with murder. That was really good acting across the board from Kino.
Good execution. Now Wako actually looking to chase down, finds the Get Excited proc and a little bit of rocket poke there. Ooh, Nesty just completely whiffs on the Ahri Charm and knocked into the wall, stunned on 3 members. I don't see him getting away from this one, but he does burn the flash and just barely limps out. And oh man, 15 minutes on the clock, and we're starting to see things turn and twist, and it is absolutely a PCS playoff game, Clement. Husha will open up on the Rift Herald. This time would hope to be able to find a more impactful drop than they did in that mid lane last time around, but Hana is actually going to contest them on this.
Yeah, I think at this point they can't really fight for this Herald if you're DCG, and this game is getting pretty wacky. I didn't expect DCG to lose bot lane this early on. They were winning throughout the majority of the game time, but it was just that one play that Beyond Gaming was able to find that netted in the kill, netted them the tower in the end. That was a very unexpected swing, so I feel like DCG, they defended the main point of aggression from Beyond Gaming coming from the top side, but somehow they did just fumble the bottom side a little bit too hard, and it puts them in a really odd position right here. I feel like DCG, they're still in a decent spot for sure. I think they're gonna overtake the gold lead here, but it's just not going according to plan. That's how I would put it.
And that's troubling if you're a team that really relies on the plan to execute. Already down 1 game in this best-of-5 series. Beyond finding openings, maybe they didn't win the topside matchup, but they are able to out-execute elsewhere. Now Husha coming up here. See if he can get that play out onto Leaky. Maybe Liang can bait this one out. Will it be Oscar Knight up in top as it was down in the bot? Leaky, not going to bite just yet. Goes in. Riposta's there. I think he has to know something is up, but he's going to be chased down under tower. Leaky's shown pretty remarkable restraint in this series. I definitely have to commend this player for not getting too over-aggressive in a number of situations. And Liang, for his part, well, he dove a little bit too deep in that early play. And it did cost him his life, and not just once, but twice here. Meanwhile, what's going on in mid lane?
A lot of CS, too, if you look at it.
Oh, yeah. Fiora needs some minions. Absolutely. Ooh,
Minji's going to run into company here.
Yeah, he could be in a lot of trouble right now. I think Minji has just had a rough game so far as he gets yoinked back, and oh, they just want to give Nesty that kill. Oh my gosh, she just runs away! That's why you always secure the kill!
No! Oh my god, what are you doing? Oh, Hana even had flash. You kill him for sure. They let him
Break
walk
out
out.
the yakety sacks, Clement. What is happening?
Oh boy. You can kind of tell the lack of killer instincts here coming from DCG. That was 100% a kill. No way that Minji should have been able to walk out. I feel like Hana just kind of walked back because he wanted to give the kill secure to Nesty, but if you're given a free kill like that, you have to take it. It's not an issue about where the gold goes to. It's about setting up for the Drake.
Oh dear, that does change things a little bit here for Deep Cross, trying to get this third dragon. That's a good pillar. Wako does get knocked back, but there's really no follow-up, and Woody just can't quite get the handshake off. And okay, Husha gonna get stopped up, and in the Hextech Ultimatum, they do find Husha. They can take him out of this one. He does get revived by Kino, but they need to follow up here. Leaky actually caught up from the rest of the team. Gonna get taken down first, and that's the Heartbreaker. Husha is going to be able to turn into Camille on this one, and meanwhile, they have a lot of burst follow-up here. Wako running wild, untouched with the Rocket Poke, and that means Beyond Gaming are in shape to start this dragon. If they cut down Deep Cross's Drake stack, that is going to be trouble for the blue side team this game. Wako looking huge on this front line. Once again, Rocket comes through, gets the deletion. Woody just way too squishy. 2 kills for Jinx, looking for more. They don't even need to secure it. A triple as he flashes forward, and it's all coming up Beyond.
Oh no, I feel like that fight was so mishandled from the side of DCG right there. So what should have happened in that fight was Woody needed to hold on to his hostile takeover. He would have actually gotten the kill in the top side. If they just hold their position there, that's actually a fine fight. But he blows it too early, and Beyond Gaming are able to then control the ramp and not only kill Leaky, but turn around with the hook shot for even more. So we'll watch this play again here as you see Leaky go in for the Hushak kill, and all they need to do is not use the hostile takeover on the single target in the top side, as that would have cut the rest of the members of Beyond Gaming away. So they just I feel like Woody just misunderstood what his role there was, the team fight. That was a very poor use of the ultimate, and it means that Wako can just walk up right on top of his face. He's like, oh, your main engage is down. Okay, I guess I'll just walk right on top of you. There's nothing you can do anyway. And he just, takes the open invitation, kills Woody right off the bat, and then goes in for the triple kill as Cascada tries to run away from this one with the flash. It's just a little bit too late. And, that's so unfortunate because I think DCG actually found themselves a pretty decent position there, but they just mishandled the fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same issues from game one persist for this team, just not necessarily able to use the full composition to their advantage. I do think this Renata has been a little bit iffy for Woody. I think Woody in particular has been a little iffy on some of these engages and some of these counter engages. It was a good start for Leaky. I love the jump in. It was great.
Takeover for damage on a solo target. I'm just like,
yeah, no,
that's a little bit sus. That ult was definitely very sus.
It's like a series of events that really leads for the Beyond setup, though, right? I mean, if Husha doesn't get the reset to turn into Camille,
yeah,
you can't follow up like that. You can't let Wako go in there to get those free hits, and all of a sudden he picks up these 3 kills. It pretty much just flat out buys him the rapid fire cannon, and now Wako is just going to start running wild. A Jinx popping off, you'll absolutely take that. Megabit Beyond Gaming are looking so good right now, and I think the biggest thing for me, Clement, is just this team, their team fighting, their 5v5 team fighting is on another level in this playoffs.
We talked about it. Beyond Gaming, they understand 1-3-1 situations, I think, a lot better than most teams in the PCS. They know how to buy time. They know what angles of attack they need to take. So when in these team fights, they are doing a couple things, I think, really nicely. First of all, they know they don't have a real front line, so they're actually keeping their back line super far back. They're waiting for DCG to make the first move and blow most of their engages before Wako just goes completely crazy and goes in. If you look at Beyond Gaming's comp, it's actually a very hard comp to pilot. They have no tanks whatsoever. The damage that they take, it sticks. So they have to wait for their opportunities to go in, and those opportunities are cooldowns. So I feel like DCG, they have to read this better. They have to understand that, hey, we actually have the stronger engages sometimes in these team fights, and if we're going in we have to save some of those engages for turnarounds for crucial targets going forward. So it really is just displaying kind of the difference in terms of the understanding of how to play their team fights.
Well, as it stands, Beyond are going to be able to cash in quite a lot here as they take another tower up top. That was courtesy of Minji. Opens up more of the map for themselves as we get into the 23-minute mark here. Husha's got to be a little bit careful. Step a little far into Nesty, but Nesty, man, he really wishes he could have gotten that second kill onto Minji. I still can't believe that happened. We're letting him limp away as he just didn't have the full damage stack on.
Yeah, I definitely sense a bit of a tilt from that play as DCG commit more errors after letting the Twisted Fate go. But coming back into the map, I will say DCG are still not too far behind. But what they have to do is understand that they want to be grouped up for these fights. They can still do that because of how far ahead Leaky actually is in this matchup. He might not win the 1v1, but I think it's correct to say that he's ahead based on the amount of gold that he has gotten here. So DCG, they keep their team together and... Okay,
it's a Destiny Gate. They do cut Criscata off. Oh, you hate to see it. Husha's going to be able to finish the kill off. And where was Leaky on the sideline the entire time? Deep Cross got caught with their pants down.
Yeah, they were actually setting up a bait in this river, and Beyond Gaming just full-on punished them for it. They were like, oh, okay, you're split up, Leaky can't teleport in time before I land the Destiny Gate into gold card, so I'm just going to go for it. And Criscata, I believe his cooldowns were down in terms of the summoners there. He had his flash, but wasn't able to use it. Maybe the flash was down as well. So
it did burn the cleanse to hopefully get out of that, but yeah. I do want to commend Wako on the cutoff. I mean, he's had honestly nothing short of stellar flame chompers this game. It's allowed a lot of those fights, a lot of those catches to work out really well. You talked about how the team fight, or rather the composition that Beyond had built for themselves, really wanted to try and overload the map. I mean, I feel like they have been everywhere.
Yeah. I think Beyond Gaming just understand their win conditions so much better. They know that if you're split up, well, Leaky is not there, it's not a 5v5, then we can just overwhelm you with numbers. And I feel like DCG have to be a lot more careful in these situations. They don't have their mid lane tower, and they're just kind of walking into the middle of the map. I feel like there's a bit of a rookie mistake against from Criscata. Probably hasn't played against that many Twisted Fates in his career overall, so yeah. We'll see a lot of those mistakes. But I still give DCG a pretty decent chance at coming back into the team fights if they stick together as a 5v5. And I think a critical point for their team fighting is they don't have to be too desperate at finding the engages themselves. They can walk into the positions. They do have a little bit more of a front line with their champions, and they should bait the engage from Beyond Gaming. Beyond Gaming, once they are baited in, Hostile Takeover can deal a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, they just got to use it at the right time. Now, Hextech Ultimatum on the Grand Challenge. Nesty comes in as well. Great charm. They do take down Liang, and now Minji is forced to flash away. Gold card's on. Leaky's still taking the fight to him. Oh, he has a lot of damage into the charm again. Nesty is able to find it, but Minji on the last second goes gold. Meanwhile, Wako is taken down by Hana, and I don't know what Deep Cross are doing, but they certainly flipped a switch somewhere, finding 3 kills across the map, and that is the start of a comeback.
Yeah, beautiful coordination, and this will mean the Baron just being taken away. Only Husha and Kino alive to stop this one, and Husha doesn't have a flash or ult, so he can't get over the wall. It should be a very secure take coming in from DCG.
Yeah, 4 versus 2. All Husha and Kino can do to try to harass him off the Baron, but this is actually a pretty fast take here. Even without Criscata, sure, the double bombs come in. I'm not super worried about that, and Beyond Gaming, they know they cannot contest this, and they walk away. Deep Cross picking up the Baron. I think even Criscata got it. Let's take a look at the mid replay again. While everything was happening on the side lanes, Wako, he finally gets punished for his hubris.
Just walks right in front of the Trundle right there. A little bit of a miscalculation. I don't think Husha was 100% in place for that play to actually work out. You only get the 80 carry in that situation. Probably wanted a lot more. But overall, this is a huge win for DCG. They're going to have map control, which means that, honestly, I don't see Beyond Gaming picking them off in these team fights as they were able to in the last round. So this should be a very strong point for DCG. And we have seen in a lot of games that Renata is a great sieger. If you're trying to defend in this mid lane, Renata's ultimate can cover essentially the entire aisle. So it's very easy to force people off those towers.
Yeah, Husha going to split off a little bit. They do actually have a bit of a 4-1 going. With Nesty waiting in the wings. I really want to commend Nesty on landing those charms in that side lane. Let's see if he can do it again. He does manage to find under the Zillion, and that does mean no, he just in time recovers from it to be able to hit that chrono shift, but it does not matter. Minji looking to get out of harm's way, but no, he is charmed up, so not only is it 2 kills in the mid tower, it's gonna be a second one here as Deep Cross continue to charge down the line. This time as all 5, they're looking to crack inhibitors here, Clement, at 28 minutes.
Yeah, they might be going for a game end as well. You know, there's still 25 seconds on this one. If someone dies, it's just GG right now. There's no wave clear either.
But this is going to be it. Deep Cross finding a way right back in. You talked about how they could do it as 5. Well, they certainly joined up and muscled in, and that is going to be the game as the Nexus will fall. They'll be able to get a couple more kills off the back, and we are all tied up at 1-1.
A very abrupt ending to the game here. DCG, they had a couple of team fight mishaps, but I feel like the siege composition is where they really shined. We saw the critical handshake coming out from Woody, just making sure to make short work of Wako. That was his first death the entire game. He goes down. Minji with a bit of a weird escape. They're trying to use the Destiny Gate, actually ends up dying without really doing anything. And you know, honestly, the rest of the members weren't able to stop just the complete demolishing of their own base by DCG. So that's the power of these creative compositions. You give them one chance, and it's able to knock the opponent out.
I think it's astounding how fast that flip came from Deep Cross Gaming. It seemed like they just suddenly knew exactly what they wanted to do. And, you know, we can talk about, like, oh, it worked out, so they were able to roll it forward. But the decisiveness, honestly, wasn't there for the last game and a half. And then they all of a sudden turned it on, got themselves a really good play off the back of some mistakes, admittedly, positioning-wise from both Wako and I think really a good setup down on that bottom side. They never let go of the game from there, Clement. A really, really brilliant comeback. But I'm curious what happened between the first game and a half and this last one, because they just had such a difference of execution.
That was just the switch being turned on right there. It was great punish against Beyond Gaming. I feel like Beyond Gaming were far too wishy-washy in that first tier tower defense. I don't think there was any scenario where they were going to be able to defend that, and they paid a very hefty price for staying in position there. Really good call by Nesty to go in. All eyes were on the Zillion, and then Woody out of nowhere finds the handshake to end the entire game right there. So I think at least we see some of the shining points of what this composition was meant to do. Very good siege potential, and I'm honestly quite surprised at some of the ideas that DCG are deciding to take here. I feel like for me, coming into this matchup, I expected DCG to be the red side team and to play through Leaky as the main carry. Camille versus Fiora is not a fun matchup for Camille, but he won this one hands down. He was 50 plus CS up in the matchup, and he was doing that against a Twisted Fate mid lane as well. So I feel like for DCG, this is a very good indicator that it's time to hand the reins over. Now, Cascada might have been your main damage dealer, but I think in this matchup, Leaky is actually your X factor.
Certainly, and I don't know what it is, but it felt like Woody and Nesty had a really big chip on their shoulders after some early game mishaps, after the failure to secure the kill onto Minji. All of a sudden, they just started hitting everything they needed to. You talked about the great handshake that really made the difference in that team fight, setting up for the siege. A good series of hostile takeovers towards the end, and from a certain point, it kind of seemed like there wasn't a charm missed, and Nesty was looking a lot more like an assassin player. He had that killer instinct, and it's just so crazy when that's also the same game that he completely whiffs out on securing the kill, and Hana doesn't get it either on the Trundle. So this team certainly knew how to adjust mid-game. I gotta give them some props for that, because it's not easy to do when you're falling further and further behind against a team like Mega Man Beyond Gaming that will not let go of some of these engages.
Yeah, I'll be honest, even though this is a little bit negative on the team, I feel like the chip is the meme potential from this series. We saw the meme of Hana killing his own support, and also the meme of Minji walking away. If they don't end up winning this series, those memes are going to last forever. So they have to win it.
Stakes are raised. Yeah, you can't let that be the defining moment of your playoff. I mean, obviously they'll have still, no matter what happens, these teams will have another chance to play, as it is a double elimination bracket. These teams are both starting in the upper side. But let's take a look at that game again. Despite the loss, the highest damage in the game goes to Wako. You know, all it takes is one mistake and you get punished. I think it was probably two mistakes. The first time giving the kill over as he stepped a little too far forward, thinking that, you know, they could take the fight in that mid lane, but also thinking that you could defend against the siege that Deep Cross came out of. Maybe just getting a little bit too complacent, false sense of security and all that. Sure, you got the resurrection, but it doesn't matter if you come back up and there's still a ton of sustained damage aimed right at your head.
I think it was absolutely crazy to defend the first tier tower, especially when Camille's also missing on the map. Like, she can just pop in on the side. Their calculation was that they wanted to do a split push situation because the enemy had Baron, a defense was going to be hard, so they wanted to trade, but I feel like it was a little bit too risky. And Woody does win the MVP in the end, rights all of his wrongs, and comes in with the critical handshake. Definitely not a handshake that Waka wanted to take. Finds the first death for the Jinx in the game. And critically just closes out the game. You know, I'll be honest, I have been pretty critical of Woody in the past couple of weeks. I feel like he has been a bit of a weak point in terms of the engages and just the ultimate usages. But credit where credit is due. I think he was the most crucial part of DCG just putting this game away so early.
My, how the turntables, Clement. Yeah, Woody definitely stepped up when it counted. I think some of the early engages we were seeing... we were questioning, and I think rightly so, the Renata pick and what it was doing for the team. Maybe it got a little bit baited by the likes of the Zillion counter, or rather, you know, not giving them the opportunity on the engage. But in those mid-game fights, he did exactly what he needed to do. It opened up the opportunity for the win. Really well played. We tie up the series 1-1. I think some people have been saying this one could go all the way, and I think they're right. We'll see who will take game number 3 after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Yo. One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the time to get the haters to give an applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up the breast, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change, self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't roll with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running forward to the spills of the saucer. Call me true to author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. Rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury. Working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play dirty too. I'm just so 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like broom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
All right, everybody, once again, welcome back to the PCS Spring Playoffs. And whoo boy, we have an absolute series on our hands with a 1-1 draw right now in this best of 5 series between Mega Bank Beyond Gaming and Deep Cross. Before we get into the pregame analysis here for game number 3, Clement, I do want to take a moment to shout out our wonderful sponsors. Again, they are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible, as always. And Clement, it does seem like everything is possible in this series. We've seen all sorts of ridiculousness from both these squads, and Deep Cross just finding an opening to close out a game so fast. I feel like Beyond may have not known what hit them.
Yeah, it was definitely a shock and awe operation in the very last team fight. We are going to move on to the third game, and this is one of the first times that we are going to get side selection from Beyond Gaming. Actually, the first time they will get side selection, and they are going to go for blue side. The way I read this is Minji's redemption game. In the previous game, I don't think his Twisted Fate really did that much because compared to his usual assassins, it's a lot less of an explosive pick. So I think the blue side really signals a very clear preference for the Ahri first pick coming in. If you think about the bans that have gone through so far, it's pretty much guaranteed that we will see Akali, Tryndamere, and Zeri being banned out by DCG on the red side. So that does leave the first pick Ahri open for Minji to go on.
Yeah, I wonder if this doesn't change things a little bit for Deep Cross if they opt to ban the Ahri instead of the Akali. I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of both of those picks coming through in that particular situation. But, you know, it does feel like it's kind of hard to win that, and Beyond are going to be hoping to try and get Minji onto a preferred champion. I feel like we've seen these mid laners at their peaks and at their troughs in this series, and there's only been 2 games.
I would have to agree with you, and this has been the thing for both of these mid laners, especially I think for DCG down the split. You know, past week 4, they haven't won against a top 5 team. So, you know, Nesty has been very hit or miss, I feel like, in the back half of the split, and the same has definitely been true for Minji. I predict that the Ahri has to go over, or they could just continue to ban the Ahri and leave Tryndamere, which does seem to be a play here. And I think that's probably a smarter trade now that I think about it. Tryndamere definitely has a lot more weaknesses compared to something like the what is his other usual pick? Tryndamere is a lot less frequently picked in today's meta compared to the Ahri for sure.
Yeah, and Leong has only picked, you know, so handful of champions, and we started to see things a little bit different in this series already. But it's going to be the first pick Lee Sin here with that already taken off the board. So Husha is going to get a fairly early game champion to try and impact the lanes. Whereas on the Deep Cross side, we see the Aphelios. Well, Jinx is available. So Kriskata not wanting to get that Ahri counter pick against him. We also see Hana this time on the Viego.
Yeah, so DCG setting up for a very different team composition. I feel like DCG are actually more favored on the red side, even more than they are on the blue. A lot of their creativity picks are not meta picks, so that means they aren't contested, and you can still find them on the red side. So they get the extra benefit of still getting to play whatever comp they want, and also the counter pick on Leaky. I think that's the most massive thing in the entire match. As we said again, Beyond Gaming, super reliant on 1-3-1. If they cannot split these lanes apart, they typically find a ton of trouble. Ooh, and now this is super spicy.
Minji
we get the
LeBlanc.
best mid jungle historically, Lee Sin LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm liking this. We'll see what Deep Cross find an answer for here. Nesty, I gotta admit, I think he showed his chops on a more assassin-y type of champion by playing the Ahri last time around, but this is much more in his wheelhouse. The Twisted Fate, you can already see the team composition starting to shape up here as they will be able to try to find some catch. It's a fair bit of CC. They do have the Viego for the resets. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first Viego we've seen out of Hana this split.
Checking here, and it is. This is going to be one of the few times that he goes for this. And as we said, Hana is much more of a team fighting jungler. I think his favorite picks are definitely Volibear and Hecarim. But this time around, DCG are playing for pick. They're once again swapping the boards with each other once more. You do have very strong side lane crowd control. You think about the Gravitum potential in the side lane. You have the Viego follow-up and just the gold card. It's extremely deadly. And Beyond Gaming are saying, we're not even going to try and match you in the late phases of the game. We're just going to go all early game with this Lee Sin and LeBlanc. So very interesting interactions, and I do expect this to be a very high kill game compared to the previous two.
Ooh, look at that, the Renata Glass band coming out. Beyond Gaming, Woody definitely finding success on that champion in the later stages of game number 2, but so much more focused on the top side. Leaky still going to have that counter pick, so we should see what the support choice is here for Woody.
Should just be Nautilus Leona.
Yeah, there's been a lot of these, although it's going to be an Enchanter this time. We've got a Lulu coming in. Now, part of me feels like this could actually be like something like a Lulu top if they want to.
Yeah.
But I'm not even going to speculate at this point, Clement, because it's Deep Cross Gaming. They can do anything.
I think it's potentially viable. I think once again they're reading that there's probably going to be like just a Nautilus or a Leona coming in from the other side, so they can get away with a Lulu. And you know, Lulu does have that attack speed buff in the late game, so it does make Aphelios incredibly powerful, especially with the crescendos that he can stack up. So interesting gambit here, but you really don't think of Woody as a Lulu player. We'll see how he pilots this.
Yeah. Blind Nar for Beyond Gaming into Liang's hands. You know, I kind of harp on how I feel like Hanabi's the only person who should be allowed to do that in the league. Liang's maybe a second contender. I think he showed off okay with it in game number 1. But let's see what the counter matchup is here for Deep Cross. Look at that, Renekton. Okay. We're going to line things up here. And yeah, I mean, that does kind of fit into that like chase, pick, and catch.
Not a huge fan of the Renekton, but it does give them a stable CC lane to start their aggression off on. So I do expect DCG to just be throwing everything constantly into Leaky's lane. But at the end of the day, it's still pretty hard for Renekton to do that much in the side lanes against Gnar. So a very interesting pick. I was actually expecting the Kennen to come in.
Yeah, I thought Gangplank maybe.
Yeah, Gangplank, yep, Gangplank fits too, but it is... I feel like if you want to play Gangplank, you need hardcore control on your support. So just looking at the overall game plan, Beyond Gaming obviously very focused on mid jungle. They are basically saying that we are going to tear apart your side lane gank strategy by killing your Twisted Fate so often that you can't pull it off. That's their idea of the game plan. On the other side, you have a very clear pattern for DCG of just going topside. You have Renekton that can shut the wave early on. He has great wave clear, so can instantly push against the Gnar. And then underneath the tower, you're going to get caught off by the Viego and the Twisted Fate coming from most likely behind your own tower. So it's a very telegraphed strategy, but I don't think there's much you can do against it. Like, if you look at the picks, you have to assume that Leon is going to have a very poor game. So what that means is Beyond Gaming, they have to win through the other two lanes. And I do see a lot of focus if they get the first couple of ganks down or not is going to decide whether they win or not.
Absolutely. But Beyond are a team that have been unafraid to lay those sort of stakes on the line. Both these teams tied at 1-1 here in the opening round of the playoffs. Of course, with the double elimination bracket, it does mean that even the losers here today will have another chance to fight it out, whereas the winners will go on to face up against the likes of PSG Talon, the defending champions, as we get things underway here. Not too many surprises in the start as far as our Keystone runes are concerned. Taking a look, of course, at all of the summoners. Also, no major surprises there.
Yeah, nothing that pops out too much. Once again, Beyond Gaming is going to have a good level 1. They will spot out where Hana is going to be starting out here. And looking across the board, you should expect DCG to have both of the top and the bottom lane pushing. So I don't think this Viego is going to run into that many problems versus the Lee Sin. He should still be able to at least split the scuttles going later into the game. So I think DCG is going to have a fairly decent early game. The problem is, if Viego is spotted on the map, that does allow Minji and Husha to go for very extreme ganks into the mid lane. You know, we could be seeing some 3-camp gank, which is pretty common with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that we were saying was likely from the draft, likely from the style. I think Beyond Gaming, you know, are at their best when they can get those plays off early on. And we're actually going to see already Wako and Kino trying to get a little bit of engage down. Woody taking a little bit of poke, not too much, of course, in this matchup. That 2v2 down bot, we can never take for granted won't end in a kill, as we have seen.
Yeah, but I feel like this lane, if DCG want to play it just with the shove style, they should be able to prevail. In the meantime, Leaky actually doing a pretty decent job at trading down the HP coming in from Liang right here. Again, this is not a very easy lane for a Renekton to hang into most of the time, but at least he's landing all of his Qs inside the trading phase. And surprisingly enough, DCG actually going to pull this one.
Ooh, Woody onto the snap traps he goes as well. They really want to secure that first, but Cascada, what was he doing there? He's burning, flashing forward the shield though. Wako miscalculating on that. And what started out as a pretty great trade for Beyond actually turns in Deep Cross's favor as they're going to bring Husha in. Spotted on the River Ward though.
Overall, in terms of the HP, still a massive blunder by DCG as they get hit by a double Flame Chomper. This does mean that Woody is in somewhat of an execution range if Husha does find it, but he will stay alive here, and we should see the fight now moving towards the jungle.
Yeah, Nom's a lot of biscuits, Woody healing up here, and now the blue buff is under contest. Hana gonna need a little help if he wants to get this back for himself. They actually didn't even quite decide on. Oh, the flash in Kino! And oh my goodness, everyone just bails out of that one as the blue is secured by Husha. So advantage Beyond Gaming. Very aggressive start to this game down bot.
Yeah, that was a great flash trade coming in from Kino. He gets the flash from Hana instantly, and that does mean that his other lanes get to stay a lot safer. Usually, you can't really expect Viego to get ganks off without the flash stun, so Spectral Maw is going to be a lot less potent in that one. It might look a little bit desperate, but I think it actually ends up being a very good trade coming in from the side of Nautilus.
Yeah, I think that's a great start here, Beyond Gaming. You would have thought after the last two games, a really good opener, I think a surprise for a number of people, ourselves included, that they were coming out of the gate swinging so hard and trying something so different. Have looked good in team fights, but last game, things just fell apart a little at the end. It was Deep Cross Gaming that had the edge, that had an opener, and it was Beyond Gaming. They got a little bit punished for some complacency. This time around, Beyond are taking absolutely no chances and sticking with that trademark style of heavy aggression in the laning phase across the board.
Yeah, again, Leaky actually outplaying Leon a little bit right here. Anticipates where the wallop is going to land and throws some damage back with the Ruthless Predator. Should be able to pick off this wave quite easily. And essentially what we're waiting here for is the level 6. I feel like DCG has done a great job at keeping Nessie alive, keeping the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo from really working. And afterwards, it's going to be all about the top side. As long as they don't lose too hard in the bottom side, I feel like they should be able to execute a top-focused strategy quite well here.
You're right, but that is a bit of an if, right? Certainly the case when Wako and Kino are going to be gunning for him. Going to be waiting for Sums to probably come back up for a little bit before things are all said and done, but we do want to keep our eye on that mid lane, because while Husha has made the trip down bottom here, whatever, mind, we'll talk about that in a minute, as they've got the root down onto Cascada again, but the Polymorph comes in to buy a little bit of time as they're able to limp away, but still the trade in favor of Beyond Gaming's bottom side.
This is pretty disgusting. How is Kino able to find all of these dredge lines essentially inside the minion wave?
He's threading the needle.
You're not supposed to win this lane, but Kino is definitely making it work. And I think DCG, they now might consider changing their game plan a little bit and going for the bottom side instead, but I feel like that's a lot riskier given the 4v4. Like the 3v3 I feel like is solidly in DCG's favor, but the 4v4 not exactly so.
Yeah, it's a lot of tricky math to try and handle on the fly, I think, so definitely trying to play a little bit further back here. They are going to back away from the Dragon. Hana had opened that one up, but Husha sniffs it out, does actually re-aggro it, and that's one thing you can do as a Lee Sin that you have a little bit of a harder time doing as a Viego on your own. However, we might get a full contest here. It's actually 3v2 until Wako joins, and we're going to even those odds as well as Nesty comes in. The Polymorph comes down onto Husha. First blood picked up by Nesty, and now Wako is caught in a world of hurt. Another massive hook, this time, though, courtesy of Hana, as he was able to take that one in the Viego and reset city, baby.
I feel like Beyond Gaming's calculations were right to start the fight off, but their execution was very lacking, especially with the coordination with Minji. Like, he was way too far from the scene, and he actually wasn't keeping tabs on Nesty either. Like, if you're keeping tabs on this, yes, you can actually take this fight, but that was not the case right there. I feel like the more I look at this is a miscommunication where Minji said, yes, I can stop the TF, but he didn't end up stopping the TF, and they just collapsed completely. If you look at the minimap, it was very, very close, but Nesty still got out.
Yeah, and not only that, he got 2 kills off the back of it, so the game plan to shut him down is a little bit, a little scuffed right now, Clement. Yeah, that's unfortunate if you are Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, that's it's definitely interesting. Beyond Gaming, the reason I said they should be able to win the 4v4 is because they do have extra engage coming in from the side of their support. So it's a bit easier to pick the fights. Usually, you know, hard engaged supports do fare out better in these river skirmishes. But to me, that was a very clear miscommunication that just they thought Ninja would be able to make this a 3v3. Didn't really happen. And with that, it does mean that Nesty, now further accelerated with the build, is going to be able to push out his lane a lot easier and find those opportunities to go into whichever lane he so chooses to. Now, the bot lane still looks like it's going in favor of Beyond Gaming, and something I'm very surprised about is that Chris Kata actually didn't get any assists in that one, so it didn't actually change the bot lane calculations as much as DCG would have wanted it to.
And they're being forced away from the farm as well. Husha keeping the pressure on down on this bottom side. Got to be careful not to push too far forward, but he's got some assistance. Kino and Wako there. And this is just a full-on bullying in the 2v2. They're just not even letting them get anywhere near the minions. And if they can keep the Aphelios down, that's certainly a way back into this early game. But you have to worry when Operation Shutdown Nesty has been an absolute failure. Now it's going to be the push on to Liang. Dive here for Nesty and Hana. Will he see this coming? Does have a full Narbar.
I think he's just going to play for wave clear.
Nesty?
The only opportunity.
Nesty fully tanking the turrets, actually forced to flash away, but they do take down Liang. Okay, so a bit of a wonky moment, but it does result in the kill.
Yeah, definitely could have saved the flash, but they had overwhelming firepower, and with the Herald there, they don't even need to use the Herald. They should be able to just straight up strip the top lane tower. We always knew this was happening, and I think once again, Leaky will be able to flip the matchup. If you look at the CS difference here, that was a pretty brutal timing for Leon to die in front of such a massive minion wave. So I think we will see just basically Gnar not being able to split push this Renekton until very much later into the game.
Rift Herald ended up hopping in the middle. There should be a few more plates. In fact, they might be able to finish it. Oh no, Minji walks right up and gets stunned in the gold card, but they don't really have the follow-up damage. So last plate's going to finish. And Deep Cross Gaming just cashing in on gold on 2 sides of the map, whereas Beyond are going to have to be content with just the bottom.
Yeah, very critically, Hana is getting incredibly fed at this point. He might be getting an early Divine Thunder coming out from him, and you know, it's always important to kind of keep note of Viego growth, because if they get fed enough, we have seen Viegos just go for Blade of the Ruin King and start split pushing themselves. It's definitely a possibility. And when you're playing a reset composition with low damage in your mid game, in your mid lane, it's always very important for this Viego to find things, and here he goes.
Kino stepping a little too far forward, doesn't get too punished for it, luckily. Still a pretty tanky boy on that Nautilus. So he walks away, but yeah, you got to be careful pushing your luck into that jungle, even though you've controlled that side of the map for a little while now. It's not a foregone conclusion. Deep Cross with 3 kills, unanswered by Megabank Beyond Gaming. Only have the dragon to show for it. Still hanging onto this tower. However, how did Kino hit that hook? And the polymorph is the only thing that buys a second, but in comes Minji looking for the kill. He's able to do it. Here we go, Hana on the follow-through. Minji is so low. Over the wall into the Heartbreaker. He does manage to secure himself the kill onto LeBlanc.
Beautiful Spectral Maw coming in from Hana right here. Actually predicts the distort from Minji, so able to delay the death until he can find the comeback kill, and this is going to be a real problem down the line. The Viego 2-0 and 2, and with the delay, they should be able to chunk down this mid lane tower. Nessie is going to play this a little bit safer in that one, but that was such a critical play coming in to make sure the trade at least happens for the side. But once again, if Beyond Gaming find a win in this game, I feel like Kino 100% is the MVP.
He's got
this
it.
Laning phase should not have gone the way of Beyond Gaming. There was no way that, you know, in this double range lane where you can constantly just shove, should Kino be able to engage whenever he wants to.
Yeah, that's it's the saving grace for how things are going, because elsewhere across the map, it's definitely not looking so hot. As predicted, that Divine Sunderer does come in 12 minutes on the clock. You also see Nesty getting his mythic completed as well around that same time, but pressure still being put here by the Beyond Gaming side. Blast Cone taken by Husha. Hana in that Harrowed Path going to just stare down Kino as this tower is yet to fall. With all the pressure, we've actually not seen any towers taken out this game. I do think that should change soon. We'll keep an eye up topside as well, as Leaky really getting the edge over Leong, who's Narbard's just now coming back up, and looks like Deep Cross are able to stiff arm Mega Man Beyond Gaming. Wait a second, that channel completes. Oh boy, all of a sudden the numbers are changed a little bit. Really good Flame Chopper from Wako is going to deny the push. Meanwhile, back up top, Narbar run out. Leaky is also taking a little bit more chunk down. But yeah, this Renekton has been doing so much in the farm game. A 30 CS advantage over Liang.
Yeah, just very powerful start coming in from him. TCG, I feel like they could have played a little bit more aggressive with that previous game. They did have
Speaking
the
of aggressive,
4v2.
That's going to be the Nautilus Ultimate, and Kriskata is focused, but oh, they just have so much damage. That Moonlight Vigil
attack
didn't really do enough, as Wako running wild on the Chompers, on the Rockets. It does mean Woody gets Wild Growth off to save his own life, but oh boy, finally going to get that first tower down in favor of Beyond Gaming, and it's a race there for first brick, as Nesty and Leaky are there as well.
Nesty! Oh!
They get it! Wow.
Pretty huge for the mid lane here, and see if Hana
could
can
be
find
dead
a Spectral
too.
Maw.
Okay, he dodges it. Lay the Rune King does come in, though. Okay, he's able to walk away. No harm, no foul, but I'm actually surprised Beyond lost out on first brick there.
Yeah, I feel like they actually retreated most of their members. Now, I will say first break matters a lot less this late into the game for sure. And they're probably looking for the earlier reset onto Herald. So, you know, it's not a massive blunder by any means. I'm just kind of surprised that they got that engaged so easily on the side of Kino. Once again, just great stuff on this Nautilus. He got a 3-man def charge going into that skirmish, and that was a fight that DCG thought they were somewhat safe in. They didn't expect the full-on engage coming in whatsoever, and they actually lost out quite hard. So, you know, good calculations on the side of Beyond Gaming to find the kill and the tower into that one. And let's see if the Super Mega Death Rocket can find it. Oh my god.
That was so close. That was actually so incredibly close. And even with the reduced AoE damage on monsters, you thought that was going through there. And nevertheless, Deep Cross will equalize on Drakes. They get the Infernal for themselves. It's going to be a Mountain Rift coming up as well. And that actually, I feel like that means a fair bit for Beyond here, actually. Even though, you know, they didn't really execute as much on the jungle mid. I think Liang, in the right position, could set up a big Gnar that could turn some fights against that extra terrain.
Yeah, I definitely see that as well. You know, we are going to go into more of the Drake-oriented teamfight scenarios. However, talking about the trade that we have in hand, the bottom lane for the Herald and top, I do feel like this actually favors DCG a little bit. They do want to get out of their natural lanes, and they do want to pick up their mythics. I think most importantly, they're still lacking those. So a trade is completely acceptable for them at this point in the game. And we do have a Mountain Drake, a Mount Soul coming up into the next team fight, which actually is pretty important for both of these teams because they both rely quite heavily on picks and resets. So getting that Mountain Soul will mean that a lot more time is given for the other team members to respond if someone gets picked out.
Yeah, so we should definitely see the teams hard contesting on that one as we go forward. Minji moving up into the top side of the map to make Leaky's life a little bit harder, and Minji has definitely had a respectable performance so far on this LeBlanc. We just haven't necessarily seen the shutdown Nesty potential. He's been able to dodge out of a lot of danger and had a pretty big impact in this early game, but it's going to be Deep Cross actually pushing down the mid lane themselves. Let's see if that tags over to the actual lane and not just on the minimap. And 3-man squad of Kriskata, Woody, and Hana trying to find an opportunity, trying to find an opening, but here comes Minji over the wall, gets the root down, and they turn it. He does bounce back, and here's the follow-up from Husha, and it's actually going to be Hana shut down. That's a lot of gold straight into Husha's pocket.
Great find on the side of Beyond Gaming right there. Even though Minji gets caught out, I believe, with the stun once again from Hana, they're still able to clean it up quite nicely. Wild Growth used on the support themselves, so Hana has no real chance of getting away from that one. I do feel like they went a little bit too deep. I think they were actually aiming for a surround on the top side, but oh, here comes Cascada.
Yeah, that Moonlight Vigil, that was massive. Can they get Wako, though? They just need a little bit on the red card. Nesty is able to find the kill. And that's big for Deep Cross. Shelly's still doing work in the mid lane right now. They've got to finish the job, but she does not finish the tower. Crucial deletion on Wako.
Yeah, it was a beautiful timing coming in from Nesty. He just finished his rapid fire cannon, so probably threw a wrench into the calculations for Beyond Gaming. Gets the kill. Now the question is, can Leaky get away?
He's certainly going to try, looking for a wall that he can dice his way over. No, he's pulled back by Kino into the Dominus. Do they have the damage? Husha a little bit low in this one. Liang miscalculates where his teammates are going to be as Narbar comes up a little bit late, so Leaky does manage to get away. Here's the replay of that fight, though, again. It all started by a huge combination. Wako just from the minute one could not get into a safe position, and Nesty really made those cards stretch on the rapid fire cannon.
And this is why they picked the Aphelios over the Jinx, you know. DCG, they played 8 games of Jinx for Cascada and far less games for the Aphelios, but since Aphelios had that long-range Graviton, you can make those picks happen a lot more often, and it was also just synced up so well with the first back of the rapid fire cannon, so able to catch Beyond Gaming off guard there. And I think this is a very strong setup going into the next Drake. If you look at the mini-map here, Beyond Gaming still have triple pinks that they need to clear through if they want to secure the positioning here. And this is very important for them to do because they don't really have a front-to-back team comp. If you look at the comps, I would favor DCG a lot more.
Okay. Hana does get stopped up, but for all the damage, or all the abilities expended, he doesn't take a lot of damage. So Deep Cross should be able to reset off that one. As you mentioned, triple pinks to clear. There was still one sitting down there a lot closer to the bottom lane. For Deep Cross, were they wanting to get a flank off the back of it? Of course, Nesty has 2 teleports available to him. Leaky doesn't have his, whereas Liang and Minji do have access to that critical summoner spell. 19 minutes on the game clock right now. Beyond Gaming looking to set some bait here. Liang making himself look tasty, but Deep Cross aren't biting on this. They're waiting to get a pincer of their own. Here comes Hana, Spectral Maw. They find Kino, and a huge amount of stun before Liang can even transform. He's deleted off the map right now, and the chase is on here. Nesty and Hana leading the charge to get another stun off. That's going to be huge. The kickback doesn't even matter as Wako's out of this one. That has got to be the Dragon contest. Here comes Leaky around the side into the Dominus he goes. And they should be able to keep the chase going as he slices and dices his way over the wall. The hook not going to land. Goodbye, Kino. And Nesty picking up another kill for himself. Deep Cross with a massive edge.
It was a very bad position for Beyond Gaming. They tried to use the Gnar as bait to get a favorable engage, but they didn't see Hana. Hana just pops over the wall, lands a critical stun, everyone able to follow up. Red card with the rapid fire cannon for the double slowdown, and then Hana once again finds the W. You know, we were talking about this being the first Viego game from Hana, but it seems like he's made those 12 days of practice really work out for him.
Oh, I think so too. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he'd be spamming that champion in solo queue. Let's take a look at this play again. Hana, good setup, but of course, the root, the burst, no chance for Liang, and all of a sudden, you get yourself the Gnar. Nessie comes around the side. Destiny Gate doesn't even need to take it, and oh man, the kickback, it's already too late. Wako's a dead man.
Nowhere for him to go in that one, and you know, Leaky tries to cut out the back here, and this is what I was talking about with Beyond Gaming. Their compositions are very difficult to execute. They don't go into 5v5s well, they're not front to back oriented, they have to find flanks, and if you look at the kill score right here, I feel like Minji doesn't have the burst potential in this game. He's not going for the Luden's Echo, it's an Everfrost build. He's also going for a healing reduction too, so it's a... Even though they do get a cheeky steal, I feel like Minji's basically half a champion at this point.
Yeah, that's the trouble, right? I mean, they focused a lot, Deep Cross, I mean, focused a lot on banning him out and trying to deny him some of the more comfortable champions. Is LeBlanc just not on the same level? He did manage to get a kill back, but it wasn't enough. Here we go. Once again, they engage on the Twisted Fate. Sends Beyond Gaming scattered. However, as they regroup here, it's Nesty that actually finds himself a little bit bursted down. Liang finally hits him with the boomerang. Hana a little bit low, and now the retreat is on. Ooh, polymorph in. That's pretty crucial right here. But will it be enough? Chris got it. Kick back. In goes. Once again, Husha for the kill. Hana taken low. Hana not taken down, however. And they find a 1-4-2 trade. Beyond Gaming still trying to knock down this tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, really good play coming in from Beyond Gaming. They notice the stopwatch is gone from Nesty. So they're able to turn on him and basically sever the entire team composition. Just incredible angle from Liang. He basically makes sure that the backline carry cannot follow up on the fight that was started in the front. We'll watch this again. I believe it was an instant TP coming in on the side of Liang right here. A good dodge by Minji, you know, making sure they could turn the situation. Liang comes in. Lee Sin holds his ground, make sure the damage can't follow up from the backside, take off the mid lane first, and they even get another hero hook from Kino to make sure this Aphelios just cannot get fed whatsoever. This is such an insane performance from Kino.
Yeah, he's just been nailing hook after hook, and setting up for these kills. I really just think Beyond Gaming are so good at sticking on targets when they actually find an opening, and Kino gives them so many of those.
Yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. I didn't expect this bot lane to win. I didn't expect them to turn around these fights. And we are getting to the phase where Gnar is expected to take over the Renekton. Unfortunately for Leaky, none of these kills have actually gone his way, so his impact in this side lane is going to diminish, and what that means is we should be able to see a lot more situations where Beyond Gaming can just roam and play a two-man game with Liang or this LeBlanc coming in to help him, like we did see in the earlier game.
Ooh, they're going to go ahead and
go.
Look for a kill onto Liang right now, but Minji follows through. Do they have enough left? They do! Nesty's going to be claiming another one, and Minji now on the run. Gold card in hand. Nesty looks to chase down. There's the dash to Stort. Going to be back to safety. But Deep Cross throwing their weight around here, Clement. Certainly looking like a team together. And Hana and Nesty are going to be the ones to watch as we move forward, grabbing the lion's share of kills between the two of them.
Yeah, I do like the play from DCG. They will come in a little bit sooner than the TP, burst damage onto the Gnar. And Liang, unfortunately, wasn't able to get his Mega Gnar in that fight. Just fell down in mini Gnar form, so easy pickings right there. And if we look at the itemizations from Minji, right, I don't really find this to be optimal. He is building into the Morello, but I understand the healing reduction is for Hana, but you also have that on the Gnar as well, and I think he needs far more burst damage to be relevant rather than going for this build. This is... I feel like this build is just kind of conceding to the fact that he's probably just utility and not going to have the same one-shot potential as you normally do on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think they're going to be relying a lot in this later game on Wako right now. I mean, their composition was certainly built a little bit more for the early game. I suppose you could argue Liang is going to have a lot as well, but it's on the side lanes. Deep Cross are just outplaying at the moment. Next Dragon going to be coming up in a moment. It's a 4-stack of Deep Cross members. They do see Woody getting nailed by that Sonic Wave. A little bit of extra damage. Rocket comes in. Woody's a little bit on the low side. He does have access to his ultimate, though, Wild Growth, and they're going to be able to go in without that Jinx ult. They are feeling a little bit more confident that they won't be executed here as the Dragon does get started. Woody a little behind the curve here. Spectral Maw gets the stun off onto Liang. Here comes Minji around the side looking for the deletion, but Hana stiff arms him. Dragon contest is on, down to 3,000 hit points. Where's it going? Flame Chomper's going through. Hana waiting around. It's going to be a smite fight, and it's taken away by Hana. That is going to be the Drake stack built by Deep Cross. Fight on once again. Minji getting chased away here as Leaky just trying to be the front line. Destiny Gate. Nesty waiting, gets a little bit caught into the gold card, and that's going to be enough to net him another kill, even though Hana gets hooked back, kicked back, doesn't even matter. Griscata opening up, well protected in this 5v5. And Beyond are going to be scattered for the hills here. Spectral Maw doesn't land onto Minji, doesn't quite stretch where it needed to. But 2 kills in the Dragon, absolutely you'll take that as Deep Cross.
Oh, Beyond Gaming just lost their patience in that one. Kino in the end, thinking that they found so much poke, goes in, but he instantly gets obliterated, and that gives the reset over to Hana. they have to play with so much more patience because their flanking champions just don't do damage. Like,
Usha's here.
Ninja can find a combo on Nesty and do nothing, but maybe Wako can change it.
Oh!
Oh!
What, he's already down?
The Baron finishes off!
It was way too much. This is getting a little chaotic right now. Now
What?
Leaky trying to save the day.
He's dead.
All of a sudden, things are nuts. Wako
Oh, they get the
is
Baron.
going to try and get a kill back. That was a secure of the Nash, but... Oh, you got to get away with it now. And it's going to be Husha taken down, but Kriskata chased down by the Rockets. Now Hana going to give his life for this one. Even if you get the Baron, if you lose everyone, it doesn't matter. Nesty is going to get away, and you got to ask, was it worth it, Deep Cross?
Oh my god, I can't believe this is the end of what happened right there. I feel like Leaky kind of got baited by the positioning where Wako was going to come from, and he wasn't in the front lines. Instead, Woody just, I think he died even with his ultimate up, perhaps.
Yep.
Didn't expect to get taken down by the Baron. We're going to see if he actually had the cooldown first starting from the initial fight. I think the most important thing right here is just Kino just kind of getting antsy and throwing his hook out. I think he miscalculated and didn't take into effect that he would land the hook onto the mountain wall. Like he thought, oh, if I don't land the hook, then it'll still be safe. But if you look at this hook, he actually goes in, and that's kind of a death sentence for him, unfortunately. And that's just Reset City. You can see Hana, he takes the Nautilus, gets the extra crowd control, is able to snowball this fight. Liang doesn't get to make an impact even with the ultimate, and we don't get to see the Baron, but that was a huge turn of events here, and we do see Wako picking a lot more kills, going into the triple items and the Quicksilver here. So This is a huge power spike, and Beyond Gaming out of nowhere gets given a lifeline.
Yeah, that was, those kills were pretty much just a gift into Wako's hands. We were just talking about how late into this game, that's the insurance policy of this early game composition. You need the Jinx to be online, and all of a sudden she is. Now there's going to be a catch here on to the Gnar. Leon caught between three members as Hana's looking to cut him off here. Heartbreaker into the Gnar, ult on the wall. In tags Minji, they get the kickback onto Leaky. Nobody dies, but Kino is about to change that as he goes in. The team does not follow, however, and down goes the Beyond Gaming support. Flashes burned as Beyond are running for the hills here. Minji and Wilsha still looking for a shutdown, and they will be able to find something, but it is Deep Cross that are looking oh so much better. Minji trying to bait out, and he does successfully bamboozle Husha, or Hana I should say, but it doesn't matter. With the one Baron on Nesty, they are making it work.
This could very much be the end of the game here. There's still 25 seconds on Wako, and he's the main wave clear. You can't really do the same with Minji. Looks like DCG are going to play a little bit safer in this one, but that was such an odd turn of events. A really good escape by Leon, but Kino kind of just threw everything away. I feel like he got a little... Okay, that damage clearly went through, but it was in the last half second there, so the back still goes through. Right. Once again, I just feel like Kino in these two fights has been way too angsty with the engages. They need to have more patience. They need to wait for LeBlanc to actually put damage on this composition before they get into that Jinx kill range. But Kino just kind of losing his mind in the last two fights here.
And here's how it all started, though. It was a chase on DeLeon. Meanwhile, we can't talk about this fight because we've got another one going on, and again, it's going to be Kino getting caught. This time, he's at least on the retreat path, but they managed to turn these things around. Leaky going to be taking up a lot of rocket poke. That hook does not land. Kino's dredge line can't stretch quite that far, and Hana on the front line now gets turned once again. Usha regrouping with the rest of the team. This is Mountain Soul in 15 seconds. Both teams are going to try and reset for it, but with an open inhibitor, or rather a downed inhibitor up top, this is going to be tough. Husha waiting in the wings, not going to go for the back here. Teleport comes through. Dragon spawns. Hana's a little low. Minji, that's burst. They've got a lot of damage onto Woody. Not enough, though. And you've got a timer. Beyond Gaming cannot let this go away. Keep your eyes on Husha.
He's trying to find a flank angle, but I think what he needs to do is actually kick the back line away. The front line isn't even that important.
Waiting for the Destiny Gate. This is going to go down to a smite fight again. It gets taken.
Oh, no.
Hana's smite is right, and they cannot take this fight. Leaky on the chase. The rest of Beyond Gaming scattered, running for the hills, and they've lost everything. They may not have lost a member, but they're losing their base, and they couldn't contest on the Drake.
Yeah, that was a heist situation for Beyond Gaming. At this point, they just don't have the damage outside of Wako to do anything. So they want to just try and steal the Drake, And DCG did a very good job. CC chained Lee Sin up, and Hana was able to win the smite fight onto that one. Now they're just pushing down onto the base, and this is no wave clear from the mid lane. With the Mountain Drake as well, the damage difference is going to be absolutely massive here. If we need to find a win, we have to get an Insec. I don't see how Beyond Gaming are going to take a 5v5 without it.
Usha has to be the hero. Meanwhile, Deep Cross pushing on 2 lanes, while a third is pushing of its own volition with those super minions. Inhibitor already down to half health. Frescata poking out a little far ahead, but he does have the minion wave to his advantage now. Wako trying to Nesty. That's the gold card instantly cleansed by Wako, and nothing's turned just a little bit. Do they get enough damage as you see Husha going in? But the worst is real as Frescata sends them all to the grave with a massive Moonlight Vigil. Husha, the last man standing, and that will not be enough. Deep Cross Gaming gonna close this one out with an absolute bada boom. Oh my goodness, Clement! What a crazy series we've had as it goes up 2-1 for Deep Cross.
200 years is still in the house. What an amazing finish right there! Heartbreaker strike straight into the Moonlight Vigil, deletes Beyond Gaming. 3 members instantly go down, and that will be DCG coming into game point 2-1 over Beyond Gaming. I think if you take this game holistically, again, Minji, even with the blue side priority, wasn't able to find impact in this game. He went for a super low damage build. Even though he got a lot of Everfrost down, they just could not contest the 5v5s. This is how we saw Beyond Gaming sort of falter in the second half of the split as well. Despite how good their ceiling might look, a lot of the times they still can't fight the gravity of the late game being about those big objective fights, and they really had no say whatsoever when it came to those portions of the game.
Yeah, it was Deep Cross that were choosing all those fights in the situation, the few things that Beyond tried to force. It was desperation. Man, you really got to hand it to the execution of not only Hana, but the rest of Deep Cross around those objectives. Well, we'll not talk about the Baron. We don't have to talk about that one. It actually still worked out, all things considered, despite the fact that they fed Wako a number of kills off the back of it. Nesty got away, and they still were able to use that to break the base up top. I mean, this Deep Cross team knows how to use what they get, even if the execution is sometimes a little bit scuffed. It's definitely been better more often than not. Nesty played excellent, and right at the end there, man, Hana and Frescata comboing up. This is why we talk about this hotshot rookie delivering. He talked about it. 200 years on the Aphelios, absolutely still relevant. He may not be quite as popular as he has been in the earlier phases of the split, but you could see why they wanted to make this play, Clement. What a brilliant move by Deep Cross as they go up 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting coming in from this one. And I do like the draft for DCG. Once again, they've always had very holistic drafts with clear goals, and this one is about just punishing teams that try to siege. They do have the late game edge with the Viego here as well. So I really like this composition, and I do want to mention what we're seeing in terms of the trends of this series. And again, it's Leaky being able to survive on unfavorable matchups, and somehow Beyond Gaming's bottom lane able to win out on unfavorable matchups as well. So I feel like both teams, it's very interesting to see both of these teams kind of go for what I would say more about balancing acts, is that they are perfectly willing to leave the lanes that they're actually stronger on to their own devices and then focus elsewhere. So it's kind of like a balancing act. And I wonder if that will shift, because in terms of League of Legends strategy, it's actually much more efficient to invest in your winning lanes. So I want to see if Beyond Gaming try to find just a dominating bottom lane, because they clearly are the superior 2v2, and try to push through that way. And whether we will see a shifting gear perhaps from the side of DCG and try to push through on winning matchups. Like, once again, the Gwen's still open. So
yeah,
I want to see
it
if
hasn't
they
been taken
go
at
for
all
that
today.
side.
Yeah,
so
the top side, yeah, Gwen Prio definitely dropping really unexpectedly here for us. But another thing I really want to talk about is I think the expectation versus what's happened in the mid lane. We looked at Minji. He's gotten a handful of these assassin picks. Obviously, it's LeBlanc, definitely not as good as some of his other champion choices, like the Ahri, like the Akali. But Nesty, 2 out of 3 games has just turned up. And I think that's something that Beyond, I don't think we're prepared for, weren't calculating for. They didn't really do enough to try and shut him down. And on this Twisted Fate, he was setting up pick after pick after pick. You got to think that's hitting the ban column again.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Looking at this series, I feel like Beyond Gaming might be willing to drop the Rise pick and ban the Twisted Fate instead. I feel like Twisted Fate gets online a lot faster.
Yeah, I think, Nesty has such a large champion pool, but at the same time, there are very clearly a couple that he can do a lot more with. This Twisted Fate is one of them. We've seen his Vigar shut down a number of times, like we saw in the Beyond win. I think you can maybe not like freely give that away, but you know that he can't match roam pressure, and that's the important thing. Is whenever Nesty can roam, whenever Nesty can make global plays, that's when he's a danger. He's not necessarily going to be the one like steamrolling the lane, but you need to deny him the ability to get around the map and help, whether it's the balancing act or whether they're trying to snowball on a lane. So if Beyond Gaming want to stay alive in the series, I think they need to do something like that. They got a bit of a lifeline. The Jinx got fed a little bit, but it just wasn't enough. And Hana is going to be the one to earn the MVP. And I think that is rightly earned. There were a lot of fights that turned quite sharply on his Heartbreaker. And also, this man just didn't miss a smite.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane what he's done. I really like what he did in the first Drake fight, actually going behind enemy lines to make sure he was going to be able to surprise, add the extra crowd control, and find the pick onto Liang, gives him the Drake. And throughout all of these fights, he's actually used his hard crowd control so well onto Minji. I think the problem with Minji not being able to snowball is mainly due to Hana just catching him out on distorts over and over again. Like, he was able to mind read wherever Minji was going to do and just stop him from actually collecting kills, forced him onto a super low damage build. And even in the Drake chase downs as well, we saw him just finding Wako over and over again. So I'm super impressed. I didn't think Hana actually had this pick in his pocket whatsoever. I thought he was going to go pure team fight, but he's showing up that he can be a main carry, a main damage dealer a lot of times when Nesty is not going to be packing as much in that department.
Absolutely. Showing a lot of range. It's certainly the best time for it, as the playoffs are where it all counts. Up 2-1. It is match point for Deep Cross Gaming. They just need one win, and they will be moving on forward against PSG. Can they do it? We'll find out after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
your flow. Bring me what you are. The lightness in the dark. Naked I am raw. With your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above, light from up above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your Give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Playoffs. We are on match point here for Deep Cross Gaming, 2-1 up in this best of 5 series over Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. And before we get to the pre-match discussion, I would like to take a moment once again to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, ring those alarm bells because we got a sub alert here. It sounds like Likai is coming in for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. This will be only his 3rd game all split.
And it's a very surprising substitute because in this split, both times Likai played, he actually ended up losing both the lane and his game. So he's sitting at 0% win rate so far this split. Now, we do know that Likai, as a much younger player, is likely to be the future for Beyond Gaming in terms of the top lane. But we have not seen any indication that Liang, that he will fare better versus Leaky compared to Liang. So it's very interesting to see what is going to happen here. And we also have to note that the red side has been given over and selected by Beyond Gaming. So that means that there is a very high chance that Likai will get the counter pick of his choice. Massive X factor. I'm not sure that we have any evidence to say that this will work, but it's interesting.
I mean, you have to think they've got something prepared. At the very least, they must have been practicing with him. Because you look back at that matchup, and you got to think, like, well, Leon wasn't really, like, the problem. It's just maybe they need to mix things up here. They are on match point up against Deep Cross. Maybe they're hoping for a surprise factor, a pick that they haven't shown yet, because we have only seen Likai on a number of champions. He's played a Gwen game. He played a Graves game. Neither of them were wins. So they're going out on a limb here. We'll see if it's enough.
Yeah, a couple things to note about Likai. He did play with Maji, and they ran a very similar system to Beyond Gaming. They were also a 1-3-1 team, and for that split, Likai played a lot of things like Camille and Jack. So he's definitely very used to the style of Beyond Gaming, and I think he's actually one of the rookies that understood how to engage from a flanking position very well. So in terms of slotting in, I don't think he's going to have much troubles, but in terms of his laning phase, that has really been the critical issues that we've seen throughout the season. He just kind of lost his lane, and Leaky is a very, very strong laner, so we're going to have to see a massive turnaround here coming in from Likai in order to shape things. And coming into the draft, there's still another big problem. It's what can Minji play? So far, it looks like he is limited to Akali and Ahri, and with DCG on the blue side, that looks to be their draft once more.
Yeah, I was about to say, Likai, he had himself Jimmy in that mid lane on the Machi side. Minji definitely a horse of different color right there. So not going to get a chance to play the Ahri or the Akali once again. He has to have something else. Maybe the Zoe comes in this time around. The LeBlanc just did not look as good as the Ahri is locked in for Nesty. Usha should get his hands on the Lee Sin. We expected him to make plays in the early game. I honestly would almost rather see the Rek'Sai at this point. I think they've had a lot of success on that champion, but no, it is going to be Lee for Husha.
Yeah, Lee Sin does have a lot more engaged potential. Rek'Sai is pretty much an early game one trick, so it does seem like Beyond Gaming will focus on the Lee Sin. Also has disengage, so you can play more of a Wako-centric team composition would be my guess. And here comes the big question. What is this pick going to be for Minji? If we look at his champion pool so far, I think his 3rd best would be the Vex. But that is not a matchup that actually wins out early against Ahri. Ahri still has the right of way here. And I would say Ahri is actually kind of just a better champion in the meta currently. But we should get our answers right here. If we look at the meta, though, Victor has been one of the picks that have been go-to for some players, especially like Mission, to play against the Ahri. But we haven't seen that so far coming in from Minji just yet. So massive enigma.
Okay, so far we're seeing a lot of similar picks in the draft. Deep Cross, very quick lock-ins as they handshake on the Aphelios up against Wako's Jinx. And of course, the Renata Glass comes in for Woody, who had a solid game, at least the back half of it in game number 2. Kino again on this Zillion, unless Minji for some reason pulls it out, but that would be quite the surprise. It does kind of feel like Beyond are just saying, all right, go next, go again. We're going to do the same thing here. And now LeBlanc even banned away, digging even deeper at Minji's champion pool.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see them actually leave the mid lane open until the 4th and 5th picks. This really signals that they probably have something we haven't seen before coming in from Minji's side. DCG, on the other hand, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. They're just going to go with a very usual fare, a strong mid lane, roaming potential. You have the bot lane hyper carry, and here comes the answer. Minji going to go for the Twisted Fate once more. I think he had good potential in terms of catching, but it does mean that Beyond Gaming are hyper reliant on Wako's damage.
Yeah, and Wako has been a steady carry, but it does seem like it limits a lot of their versatility here. With a number of jungle bans, Jarvan's still up and available for Hana. That does give them some solid engage, and they will lock it in. Oh boy, we could have a proper Thunderdome in there if it's layered well enough with the hostile takeover. Last pickup for Leaky. We'll have to see what he's going to grab blind with the Gnar banned away by his own side. Gwen is still up, but okay. Go off if it's a Gragas, I suppose, and there it is.
So we are just seeing a lot of zone control coming out from DCG. The last 3 picks, the Renata, Jarvan, and the Gragas, just means that there's going to be a lot of time for Kriskata to deal damage. And it does seem like DCG understand that if they pick a team fight composition, Beyond Gaming, they have to go all in on the early game. I think this is what we're going to see again from this time around. I would say Camille is probably Lee Kai's best champion overall, but the windows for Beyond Gaming to actually operate, I think, are actually somewhat narrow. If you look across the comp, I would still say that DCG have the better 5v5 composition overall, while Beyond Gaming are very much a pick-oriented comp.
Absolutely. I think Beyond Gaming, they're going to try to play to some of those strengths of finding isolated targets to be able to take them down. The problem is it is risky, as are a lot of Beyond Gaming comps. For Deep Cross, it's definitely more in their wheelhouse. You could tell they were pretty comfortable with what they were picking. Not a lot of hesitation in the champion choices. And Deep Cross are playing with that confidence right now. They do have momentum building. After a loss in game 1, they've thundered back with 2 more. If they can wipe this out in game number 4, it does set them up for a date with Destiny up against the side of PSG Talon, and that would be sending Beyond Gaming down into the lower brackets.
Yeah, just taking a look across the board, there isn't even really a strong lane for Beyond Gaming to play through. Top lane is a lane that Camille will win eventually, but for the most of the early game, it will be an equalizing lane. And from what we've seen of the bottom side, it's not really a winning lane for the side of the Zilean either. So it's not all that apparent where this Twisted Fate can go early on. I think wherever he goes, they still need to outplay in order to secure the kills, even with the global pressure.
Now, that has happened a number of times for Beyond Gaming, especially on that bottom side. We do not want to discount the advantages in the 2v2 just from nameplates alone that Wako and Kino have had. But Kino being on a more defensive and, I suppose, pokey champion, and the likes of the Zilean, has been a little bit different this series than what we could have expected. I do think if there is a lane that they could and should try to snowball, it's probably that bottom side.
Yeah, we have seen Wako and Kino perform very well in the 2v2. Just taking a look across at the runes right here. Pretty standard fare. We do have Lee Kai going for more of a laning focus with the Grasp of the Undying against the Gragas here. We'll do a little bit more damage in that situation. And Beyond Gaming, they've always had a very steady early game. We typically see their level 1s making sure that they get the knowledge on the first camp here. But this is fairly interesting. They are going to drop it on the Raptors, and this time DCG came prepared. Fool me once, shame on you, but you're not going to fool me 3 times in a row. So this time they do have the correct response here, and they do hide where this Jarvan is.
That they do. So things starting out. Well, Kriskata even dodges out the bombs as well. So Beyond trying a little bit of trickery, not going to be able to find a whole lot for their efforts, and the game is underway. So what is the point of attack? We'll have to wait a little bit of time to find, and I do think it is wise to try and keep our eyes on this bottom side, because despite it being 2 pokey champions, we do expect a lot of early trades as we see Woody stepping up, gets the handshake, but they do turn it about once again. Wako is forced to pop a healing potion early on, and I have to say, I've been pretty impressed with both AD carries, but I think there's been a lot more pressure on Wako than there has been Kriskata in this series so far.
Yeah, DCG, they still have multiple points that they can carry through, so overall, Kriskata, he's got some great plays, but he's he's not going to be the deciding factor most of the time. Likai getting some early trades in as well. Beautiful stuff from him. And I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the bot lane trading. The thing about Renata is that she has insanely long cooldowns that don't scale very well with leveling up. So once you see the E ability especially go off, they do need to back out. Unfortunately for Woody, he does get punished quite a bit by that earlier trade. And we are seeing the same thing from Likai here. So, no, I think they're making me eat my words here, as we do see the lanes go a lot better for Beyond Gaming than expected.
Yeah, that is their strength as a team, though, right? I mean, laning phase and Beyond Gaming are kind of a bit of a synonymous thing. Just because they have strong individual players in all the roles, the exception this series seems to have been Minji, but you know, we could have seen that coming with the limitations that his champion pool certainly has. Maybe he will prove us wrong in this one now. Wako steps a little far forward here and eats a whole lot of poke. It's actually a great trade by the deep cross bot side. It's going to deny a bit of farm.
Yeah, it felt like a misclick coming in from Wako here, and we do see the full wave lead from Kriskata, plus he was up 2 potions as well, and here comes the dive.
Level 3, Hana. Looking for it. Hino already flashing, does get rooted, flag drag, and he is going to set up first blood there for the support. It's actually Woody's Ignite that tags him in the end. Now here comes the counterplay. Teleport in. Husha finds them. They might actually have to burn a flash. Woody's actually waiting. Does burn it. Everyone's out, but Likai follows through. Tack sweep is going to get flashed away, and now it's another turn. Here comes Nesty. Charms nails Wako, and they will be able to open up hostilities once again. Deep Cross with 2 kills, and they get out cleanly.
And we have to remember, Beyond Gaming expended a TP for that one. I feel like that was way too ambitious coming in from the side of Likai. All of the enemies still had their flashes up, so there's really no chance to find the stun here. And this is a very classical 4-camp into a 3-3 versus 2-2 dive right here. I like Hana, you know, just skipping a camp to make sure he's in time for this big push. And we really don't see these type of TPs, defensive TPs, these days anymore. A very easy escape coming in from DCG, and they also have Nesty, who is on that Ahri, who can come into these fights beforehand. You know, Twisted Fate can't really follow up on the Ahri like this, so I just sense a lot of desperation from Beyond Gaming in this opening.
Yeah. You know, in the signature champion swap that we've seen Nesty and Minji do this series, I certainly think Nesty has been showing up a lot better. Now, Hana, right back to the scene of the crime as they find Wako the roots down, and it is absolutely free real estate as Kriskata picks up another kill. You know, the saving grace for Beyond Gaming in some of these games has been Wako and Kino's ability to outplay 2v2. That has gone down the drain.
Yeah, that was a great hold by DCG. They bounce the wave, they have the jungle they're waiting, and whoever comes up to check is essentially dead. Neither of them have the flashes. In this case, it was Wako, goes a little bit forward, they get him off instantly, and I'm not sure what the winning condition here for Beyond Gaming is. It's getting very dire. You know, Wako is very much behind the curve. We can't expect that lane to improve in their situation. So it looks like Beyond Gaming are actually waiting on a super late game strategy where they get the 3 items on the Jinx and they get the Camille split pushing, but that's very far off into the future. DCG basically have a blank check to do whatever they want for a large portion of this mid game.
Yeah, Likai got set a little behind by that teleport play. Of course, has picked up the coal off the back half of it as well to try and compensate in the gold game, but Leaky's been able to do exactly what he wants. The rest of the team has been able to do what they want, and pound for pound, I mean, Hana has just been a lot more active on this map in the early game than Husha. I think Deep Cross certainly came prepared with their win conditions a lot more prepped in general today, and they've executed so well. If they close this one out, it would be 3 games in a row after that opening loss. And of course, plenty of game to play yet, but Kriskata and Woody doing a good job of trying to deny Wako farm as he's not able to step up safely. Nesty looking to do the same on Minji. He's actually got him caught out. The charm's there, and sure, there's a gold card, but what does it matter? There's no follow-up damage. And even Hana still waiting in the wings if they can bait another play.
Oh, it looks like they're going to try.
Oh, so much slow. Bombs down. They may not even need Hana right now. And oh, Wako, he's just going to be forced out of lane.
Oh, this is absolutely painful to watch. Doesn't have any pots right here. We'll have to just go back. That's going to be the Hextech Drake going over to DCG. And with the side lanes not really working out, it also means Twisted Fate just has nowhere to go. As I said in the draft phase, like when you pick Twisted Fate, you really want strong lanes with hard crowd control. The best type of TF gank is you have the enemy low, you push them underneath your tower. It's just a drive-by essentially for the Twisted Fate to pick up the 300 gold. But this time around, it's actually much more difficult to execute. TF is getting pushed in himself because of the Ahri matchup, and neither of the side lanes are actually working out. Even in the top lane, Leaky is winning out. So, yeah, it just seems like Beyond Gaming, they have no say whatsoever. It's just going to be a very long, drawn-out game if they hope to keep the series alive.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is going to be tough right now. And I think we're starting to see just how limited Minji's champion pool seems to be. Either that or just a complete misread on some of these matchups for Beyond Gaming in the mid lane, and that's definitely taking a toll. 3 kills to 0 here in this game, a significant gold edge for Deep Cross Gaming, as they are going to be looking to close out the series with a win if they can do it. Back to base, Nesty goes ahead and picks up his boots upgrade. Gonna be having a jolly time on Summoner's Rift, making moves across the map. And one thing we hadn't actually pointed out too is, comparatively, Nesty, instead of going for that teleport, he's actually running the cleanse, and he's still been able to make tracks across the map and outpace Minji.
No, just staying safe himself and making sure that there is no potential for him to die in a gank. So he's able to shove this lane super aggressively. All in the meantime, great catch coming in up high. I didn't even notice that.
I thought he had Spellbook for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, no, that's Electrocute. Wait, Yeah, and it shows the confidence that he has, and that he can just focus on making sure he's a little bit ahead lane-wise. And yeah, I mean, Nesty, when he's allowed to roam, he makes magic.
For sure, and he has a very clear destination here as well. He can go for the bot side if he wants to, but I feel like probably the just safer and the best play is to make sure that Minji just gets stuck in lane. Like, he can't go anywhere. Meanwhile, we do have the gold difference over time, very steadily in DCG's favor, and they will just take an uncontested Herald here. DCG don't have to roam any members. Kriskata gets caught down, but he's so far ahead, it doesn't even matter. The damage is not really enough. Usha will also come in late here.
Usha would need to pull off a masterful dive, but he's completely spotted out by that pink ward. They can maybe zone them off tower. This maybe results in a plate at most, maybe 2. I mean, at this point, Deep Cross, they should be able to scare them off with this next minion wave. There is a roam from Minji completely spotted out. It's really great ward coverage here for Deep Cross Gaming, as they have been able to stop any attempts at Beyond Gaming counter-aggression. Would he maybe face checks? He has Hana at his back.
Now, we could see a catch out here by Kriskata. He still has Flash and Gravitum up, so if Jarvan wants to engage, that's will be a complete wipe if they get the fight to go off. But Beyond Gaming, they are very wise to the fact, and they do back out completely. So should just be Herald drop into DCG, taking down this bottom side.
Yeah, that'll be first brick. Beyond, no, they can't really do much about that here, so just Kriskata clearing the last of the wave. They'll get the hits. That one's going to go that way. And the plate gold goes through, or rather the last tower gold goes through, I should say, and extends the gold lead once again. It's a pretty solid lead here. After those kills, first brick, first dragon, Deep Cross pretty much have taken everything there is to take on the map, and Beyond are left with nothing.
And it's not obvious where they can go either. They don't have a single winning point on the map. And I'm trying to think what would be the best case scenario for them to find a catch. I feel like if they want to get a catch, what they need to do is send Wako and Kino into the mid lane and have Minji roaming across the map. If Minji's not showing up in the mid lane, then it would be a lot easier for them to find potential avenues of attack. But in the meantime, DCG are also consolidating their lanes as well. They're only playing on 2 different lanes. It will be wherever Twisted Fate goes, they should be able to keep even numbers here.
Okay, Husha wanted to find a play, but you can see that Hana was able to get out of here. This is going to be an opportunity for Minji to maybe get one gold card, double blast going, follow in through. Hana still gets away with it, and the frustration is palpable for Beyond Gaming as Husha just kicks Woody into the safety of his own tower. Oh dear, they don't even have a Rift Herald to take, Clement.
Yeah, this is I think the idea there was somewhat correct, but unfortunately they just don't have the firepower to take these targets down. No Mythic on the side of Minji compared to Nesty, and they were able to slink away with just the flash being blown right here by Hana. In the meantime, Wako is now under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 2v2 is shifted back up to the top side as tower already fallen. And now it's just going to be more and more gold sunk into the pockets of Criscata if they can secure even more plates. It's only 12.5 minutes, and so many plates already been demolished by Deep Cross here. Gale Force in early enough for Criscata. Wako unable to match on that one. And yeah, this is Beyond are going to need to really dig deep and find a comeback if they want to stay alive in this series.
We have seen some pretty ridiculous comebacks. I will say Beyond Gaming is one of those teams that, when it comes down to it, I would say they probably have the most potential from coming back from terrible situations, as we've seen them do so many times before, against PSG, against CFO. But usually they would have more engaged. Like, this is one of those comps that I feel like you can't expect Minji to actually do that much, even if it goes into the late game. So, not holding out that much hope, honestly. I feel like this was a comp they actually needed to snowball a little bit, especially with the team fight disadvantage. And DCG are not letting go. They're so confident that Minji packs no punch at this point that they're willing to just set up a siege on your tier 2 tower against a TF.
And they're right at this point.
Yeah, they're completely right.
Yeah. I think the win condition that Deep Cross have found against this squad is really to just neutralize Minji as much as possible. Beyond just does not look as good with that. And Aliki could be in some trouble as Husha is here. Does set up the insect kick. And Burns flash to do it, a bit of a dirty insect. And now the 1v2. I can't believe it. Leaky almost killed Leakai. That would have been absolutely a disaster. But they do manage to stay alive and all of that. And oh boy. They're having to scrabble for every little thing here as Beyond finally get on the board with a kill at 14 minutes.
Oh, that was so close. Leakai actually managed to get the hook shot and then get the shield up to save his own life. But if he got that kill, I think that was that would be the coup de grace for the morale.
Yeah, that's the tilter right there. Let's see this again, because Leaky pushed his luck a little bit, but man, he almost out-executed. Husha even had to burn that flash to pull the insect off. And even with the Hextech ultimatum, Leaky still denied so much damage.
Yeah, he predicts the flash E and does successfully get the hook shot down. Not the flash E, the flash W, I believe, and does save his life for that one. But so far, the Leakai substitute not really working out, especially because of the early TP. And maybe we will be seeing the first Destiny gate. Here comes the engage.
Okay, Husha looking around the side, doesn't have flash and wants to play that. They do have a pretty good pincer here, and that's a lot of damage. Now, is there a counter engage? Woody burning down somehow still lives. Moonlight Vigil to turn things around on Leakai. Here comes Hana once again into the Thunderdome they go. And that's going to be the res up on the Zillion, but the charm, Husha deleted again. Criscata, Woody still alive in this one. Criscata completely untouched, and what looked like a slam dunk of a fight turns into a 1-for-1 trade of junglers. And they're not done yet. Oh, no. Here goes the big party barrel. Kino's out of this one. Now Leakai can't find the kill. Does dodge away the Orb of Deception and the charm. They're still looking for a play. But Deep Cross Gaming are not going to give them one.
Yeah, Deep Cross actually come out ahead in that one. It was such a beautiful chain of crowd control. Charm into the Gravitum, into the explosive cask for the alley-oop kill right there. And I feel like Beyond Gaming are just, they're a little bit off on the coordination here. Camille actually doesn't join the start of this play. Despite them setting up this play for so long, I feel like Leakai's TP was really late on this one. I'm not sure why it was so late, despite it being pretty obvious that they were going in on this. And they don't find the initial kill. Leakai actually brings the Moonlight Vigil back for a little bit of damage. And once Criscata and Nesty come in with 100% HP bars, this fight was just not going to go anywhere. Husha gets taken out here, and Kino, because he's standing on a ward, look at this combo, really nicely done. It was so incredibly smooth. Nesty finds the angle, Criscata walks back for the Gravitum, and here comes the alley-oop into the dunk.
And insult to injury, Kino burns his flash when he's already a dead man there.
So,
after that, we are going to see another fight here as Woody does get stunned on the gold card, kicks sideways. Husha wants to follow it, but he just doesn't have the damage. And a hostile takeover to defer anything else. How does Woody keep living? Another massive one tagged in by Hana again, and they don't even care about the tower. Oh dear, Wako taken oh so low. That's just going to fall soon. Minji, nothing he can do as Leaky goes in for the belly bop, and that is going to be lights out. Shelly on the charge. Good night, Wako. And Deep Cross Gaming are charging forward. They can see the win. Looking like a 3-1 if this keeps up, Clement.
Yeah, they have very low HP bars, and because the game is only 17 minutes, even though it doesn't feel like it, they will have to back up here. Beyond Gaming have a great chance to chase down.
Leakai looking for it here. They do find one shutdown. Husha's going to secure kill credit on Kriskata. A little bit of too far forward push. Another kill. Husha just gets all the gold in his pocket. They would have liked to get that maybe on Leakai instead, but they do manage to push them back.
Kino still trying to stop some backs right here, but that was a little bit unfortunate for Beyond Gaming. Like you said, the kills should have gone in the other direction. This is
in the
a
replay.
play that we missed in the early game. It was actually just Leakai dying. So Leakai dies in the bottom lane, and wow, Beyond Gaming do the very unexpected charging in to try and find the kill. Even if they got the kill on Woody, I don't think it would have mattered that much. They will still have lost their jungler in that play. And Leaky coming back in from the bottom side gets a beautiful charge back. Wako's actually played that super nicely with the Gale Force forward to dodge out on the explosive cast and then the flash out. But the rest of his team members still going to fall down in that one. It's always such a pleasure to watch the Fat Man just charge in, take kills left and right.
Yeah, you know when you've got not much of a health bar left, all he has to do is just smack you with the E. The fact that they can't kill Woody in these fights has been absolutely killer. I obviously debate, it's very debatable whether or not they should be, but the fact that they still can't even get him, it means he can just free poke on the follow-up. Even if he doesn't have that much, they're not securing any gold in the matter. They're not able to stop the push. The numbers advantage is just too much. And now, Inner Tower going to get taken down. They'd started on that one so many minutes ago. We're under 20 minutes. And Deep Cross have broken into the base. Leaky is just free walking in here. And the 4-1 is something that Beyond are going to have a hard time stopping. Look at Leakai. He's not even in the mix. He's trying to get the outer turret, and they're losing an inhibitor.
They know they can't defend, so they're just committing to this one. But you have to say, even though it's good for Leakai, it's very bad for the rest of the team. It pretty much means free Baron, and if the engage works, it could be GG. It doesn't, though.
That's going to be the hostile takeover. Do they have enough time to buy here? Watch Husha as he tries to get the kickback, and here comes Leakai on the back. Kriskata going to get stopped in the Hextech ultimate, but he gets a bailout, and can he get the reset? Not quite enough. Husha still threatening behind the rest of the team. Beyond Gaming need to pull this pincer off right now. It's a delicate situation. They're holding firm together, trying to keep this Phalanx from stopping Beyond Gaming from getting anything done here. Woody taking a little bit of damage on the front line. Benji flashing gold card into the queue. Leakai, they find it. Wako opens up on the kill, gets excited, goes around the side, but Deep Cross are still finding an exit route right now. This is so long, so much time. Leakai gets nailed by a big combo. Hook shot into Nesty, and he's going to go golden, but should fall sooner or later. Can he take anyone down with them? The answer is no. Deep Cross, though, they may be losing members. They still have minions streaming into the base. Hana and Leaky. It's the slowest wipe I think I've ever seen in a game of League of Legends. Leaky's going to walk away from it, but Beyond Gaming do get some critical kills and some critical gold.
That was the plan all along. Beyond Gaming, they lull DCG into a false sense of security. They think they're walking into a 5v4, and that's when the TP comes in. Beyond Gaming were down 8,000 gold, and they just won a 5v5.
You can never count this team out. You can never count this team out. Let's see this again. The teleport comes oh so late. They lose inhibitor, but then the turn.
It was a bait. It was a bait all along. This is what they wanted out of DCG. DCG completely fumble the earlier engage. They leave their 80 carry open, and they don't even trade for it on the first salvo. So Beyond Gaming actually get to come back and clean up the remaining members. This is something that Beyond Gaming does better than anyone else. They kind of feel like cockroaches, where they just like hang around, they don't die, they never go extinct, and then they find their opening to just crawl back onto the scene and get those kills. That's this is so 5-head. I honestly, this is the only way that Beyond Gaming could have come back into this game, is to basically have like an open their doors, open their gates, and welcome DCG to walk in to close the trap.
Yeah. Oh boy. That is massive right now. The question is, can they continue to turn this? Because meanwhile, in the live, Lee Kai gets blown up by Kriskata, and Clement, is it even gonna matter?
I think that's a very good question. Like, they have expended most of their summoners to chase down in the previous fight. So this time around, you look at the sums on DCG, they have the flashes on Kriskata, on Nesty as well. They're perfectly happy to just set up this siege here. And there's a long death timer on Lee Kai. We should be seeing DCG going for the Drake next. I still think that Beyond Gaming need another miraculous team fight to come back. That one was very good, but unfortunately they were so far behind that they need two of them.
One is better than none, for sure, but at this point, let's see if Lightning can strike twice. Kriskata, Woody, Leaky holding the line here. Lee Kai is back up. They do find Nesty, but he is over on the side. Ooh, the intercept on the Rocket. Hana tanking that up means Nesty is healthy enough to continue this push. Now they have some cooldowns to work with. Nesty goes over the wall, doesn't find the Charm of the Orb. Wako on the front line. It's desperation here, but Beyond are chasing them out. Lee Kai tags back up to try and keep the waves cleared. They're holding for now, but oh, it's a tense moment. Beyond Gaming, their hopes and dreams here in the upper bracket are hanging by a thread.
Absolutely, and Wako has done very well so far, but the Gravitum is coming down.
That's the barrel. It's going to be Leaky on the explosive cast, just gets the knock away. Wako going to have to walk back. Meanwhile, that is going to be enough for the tower. Here comes Minji on the side. They do take down Hana. Is it going to be enough? As the burst damage is quite huge. The charm lands onto Lee Kai. Follow through. Not nearly enough as Husha comes back down off stasis. It's a 4v5, but Deep Cross still making moves. The flash, the charm into Husha. He's able to safeguard back, but is it going to be enough? No! Kriskata getting the final hit with a setup from Nesty that will open inhibitors, and it looks like this is going to be the game call. One inhibitor tower, one Nexus tower falling, looking for the second. It's focus fire here. Minji with the gold card around the side. Woody going to get stopped, but there's no follow through. It might get turned here, but they have everything going for them as the inhibitor goes down. Maybe now. Here's going to be a big rocket. The ult comes through. Nesty goes into stasis once again. Lee Kai leads the charge. Do they have another miracle in them, Clement? Is it going to be enough? Down goes Kriskata, but Leaky just too big. Woody flashing away the cleanups here, but look at the base. They don't have a whole lot of time.
And Leaky's still going on this 1v2. He's not going down anytime soon. He's out.
He's trying. He's quite big. They can't take him down at the end. They're going to have to settle for the fact that they've managed to stop. An inhibitor does come back up. Husha manages to spawn in time, but man, this is an absolute heart attack of a game. 12-12 in kills here.
Yeah, I think once again DCG push a little bit too far, and they do get punished. Now
They're
Husha,
still pushing.
They are going to... It's kind of crazy, but Beyond Gaming actually have a chance to get the Dragon Soul here. They should be able to secure this one unless Hana can steal.
Well, Hana's had some solid smites today.
Trying.
He will heap the wall and not going to be able to get it. Flag drags away, and ooh, Husha this time secures it. That was a dangerous and a risky move, but you know, Beyond Gaming are nothing if not risk takers.
Yeah, honestly, that whole chain of events was basically Wako dancing away. He did have the rewind coming in from Kino, so he does have extra movement speed, is able to dodge out a lot of skill shots, and he just kept himself alive after so many attempts from DCG, slowly whittling them down, going back to base, coming back up again. And I'm honestly just so impressed that Beyond Gaming are able to keep alive in a game like this. They are still massively behind, especially with the Baron and 2 open inhibitors right now. Honestly, DCG, this should be the finishing touches. There's no more TP shenanigans that can be played here by... Oh, there still is a Destiny Gate. But if DCG just stick together and make sure this is a one-round affair, they should be able to take this one down. But here comes Beyond Gaming.
That's the Destiny Gate popped right now. Go big or go home for Beyond. They want to make their stand right in front of the base, and not going to take the option here. Nesty going forward, looking for it. Husha sniffing, doesn't find anything. However, he goes in the back to safeguard, gets denied. Kriskata staying alive, and they ping Husha right into the rest of the team now.
Nesty.
That is going to be a pickup onto Nesty. That's massive, but will it be enough? Here comes Hana, looking for Wako. Deletes him off the map. Kriskata's still here. This is a huge one, but Hana left out to dry by the rest of the team. Gonna get taken down. Finally, it's still a 3v3, but the AD carry on the deep cross side still up here. Lee Kai, Kino, Minji gonna try to hold on. Inhibitor is gonna go down. Clement, it's just too close to call, but I think Beyond might have run out of steam. Will they be able to hold this one against
many
Woody,
minions.
Kriskata, and Leaky? Minions streaming into the base. They need a hero right now. Leaky going in
to kill
adaptive
Kriskata.
defenses are not enough. Kriskata, he finds it. He's got
gets
a
the takedown.
bailout.
He's
They're
alive.
going to take him down until the Minji left standing. And that is the ace. That's going to be the game. Deep Cross will be moving on in the playoffs.
A beautiful game from Deep Cross Gaming. I feel like this was their most solid win in terms of the drafting phase. They were winning in the side lanes. They were keeping that Twisted Fate underneath tower the entire time. And over again, they are able to withstand the desperate comebacks, the counterattacks coming in from Beyond Gaming to move on to face PSG. This is the organization's first foray into the postseason. And boy, oh boy, did they come to play. We had a lot of questions about this squad because of how weak their second half of the split was. Once again, they only had one win in the second round against a top 5 team, but they are able to shut down Beyond Gaming quite thoroughly.
Yes, they did. 3-1 is the final scoreline, and Beyond, they found so much when the tank was running on empty in that last couple of fights. One miracle fight, one almost miracle fight, and then the third one, it just wasn't enough. A lot of theatrics. Husha trying his hardest to get it on the backside, just completely denied there. They still managed to get a couple of members of Deep Cross down, but just not the priority targets. So it meant that there was just enough left for them to close it out. And honestly, an incredibly crucial bailout on the side of Woody to keep Kriskata alive just long enough to finish off Minji, and that was going to be the end of the game. Man, Deep Cross Gaming, they definitely prepped quite a lot. I think they maybe got a little surprised in game number 1, Clement, but holy moly did they thunder back after that 3 unanswered wins to close the series. Beyond kept it close at the end despite being set very far behind, but oh boy, this team going on to face PSG, they look better than I think we thought they were gonna.
Yeah, I feel like they've done very, very well. And I do want to go over a couple of things that they did in this series that the adjustments that they did. Number one is obviously high priority on Ahri. That one was not a very common Nesty champion, and honestly, Nesty actually only played it once or twice in the regular split, but against Minji, he was able to pick it up. He was able to do well and land a lot of charms on it, so I feel like Nesty did a really good job on that one. The second one is DCG did decide to play around Woody's champion pool. Now, to be completely honest, I feel like Woody has not been doing a very good job on engaged champions throughout the second half of the split. So they put him on the Renata, counter-engage, made his life a little bit easier, and forced the engage rolls onto other members, especially in the top side for Leaky. Leaky has mainly been playing just fighters the entire way through, but in this series, he's making up for, he's playing around Woody's champion. And he was still able to hold his own in lane, despite playing tanks for most of the time. So I feel like the adjustments DCG made strategically to defeat Beyond Gaming were really well fine-tuned. They attacked the champion pool, they made sure to play to their own individual strengths, and at the end of it, they still came out with a coherent plan as well. So, bang up job here by DCG.
And I think they showed a lot more versatility in a couple of key roles, right? I mean, we came in today looking at the mid jungle and thinking that was going to probably look better for Beyond Gaming, provided Minji got some of the champions he preferred. But for Nesty, we saw him finding a lot of power on this Ahri pick in particular, as well as a takeaway from the opposite side. We saw Hana really being able to flex quite a bit. In game number 1, some of his plays were a little bit sus. He definitely had a few betrayals, that Rocket Safeguard not looking quite so hot. However, after that, he rallied incredibly well. We got to see him on a carry champion. The Viego absolutely popped off. We got to see his Jarvan. The Engage looked really good. So Hana really showing that he has a versatile style that will serve him going forward in the playoffs. PSG, obviously, no slouches. Bei and Juhan are a heck of a combo to be reckoned with, but I do have a little more faith that Deep Cross Gaming can measure up a little bit better in this next round, and they will be moving forward. But it's not over for Beyond Gaming, right? Even after this disappointing loss, they still drop down to the lower bracket. They face off against Impunity, who certainly looked like one of the weaker teams in the playoffs right now, and Beyond should have a pretty favorable matchup, especially if they can compensate for some of the things that slowed them down in this series.
I have to say, again, Beyond Gaming, this series would have been so much different if they just had a wave clear control mage sitting mid lane. Waka was winning his lane, and throughout all of these drafts, they actually had the scaling split pusher in the top side. So if they had just, there's a lot of control mages that are being played. We've seen the Orianna, we've seen the Azir, the Victor is still being played. I just feel it's very unfortunate about Minji's limitations. Like, if he could bring out any of these champions, they could stall the game out. They would have a 1-3-1 to look forward to and not have to hinge all of their bets on the early game. I feel like Husha was also a victim to this, because if your mid lane is going to play tempo, then you also have to go for the Lee Sin. A lot of times, I feel like Husha's best champions in the past have actually been things like Diana and Lilia. But, credit where credit is due. Nesty, overall in this series, I think has been the most important fact, because they're able to double ban Minji and also just take away Ahri first pick. This is not a champion that he usually goes for, but in this specific matchup, him being able to play it to such a good mastery just means that they were consistently winning out in the middle portion of the map.
I am more and more, every week I watch it, like, for all the goofiness and all of the misfires we occasionally see out of this mid laner, I am convinced that he can play every single champion. There is nothing that Nesty won't pick up. This is obviously a much more conventional and meta choice, but I think the biggest surprise of all for Nesty is to see him actually play something completely meta and do it really well. Did he pop off in all those games? No, but he did exactly what he needed to, and he nailed charm after charm after charm, setting up plays for his team, big roams around the map. He even didn't go for the teleport play. He just set up for the safe side, and he played it so well. I want to see more of this Nesty. This one looks great, and I'm so looking forward to that matchup against the side of PSG Talon. I am hearing we will be having an interview coming up, though, with them, and I'm excited to see how that's going to go. But before we do, we have a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Yeah. I'll avenge you. It's not long till I evolve to what I'm meant to be. Hometown prophecy, London reinvented me. Elitists do it properly. MJ would have rocked with me. It feels like a crown is the only thing on top of me. On this thing's a CD, get high like PG guys. Like Ouija, stay smart like 3Ps, get fly like ET, live east like E3. I am the only trilogy that beat no repeat. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat.
Of course, congratulations on getting the comeback 3-1 victory today. What are your thoughts right now? 那首先当然要恭喜你们，今天就是让1追3赢下今天的比赛，而且就是很火热的拿下那最后一把。那想问一下，就你现在的心情会是怎样的呢？
现在很开心，就是让1追3，很开心。
队友呢？队友大家相信大家刚才就赢了之后，大家应该也都很兴奋吧？在视讯也看得到。
对啊，对啊，每个都很兴奋，很开心啊。
So of course, my thoughts right now are that I'm very happy, especially because we were able to, after winning that game number 1, get the comeback victory and winning 3 straight games in a row. Also, yeah, my teammates were also pretty happy after that victory. So next, I want to ask you about game number 3. When you were playing that Aphelios versus the Lee Sin, there was this one instance where you got kicked out by the Lee Sin, but you're able to turn on your ultimate and then pick up a triple kill. So I wanted to ask just what your thoughts were at that time. 那接下来想问的就是刚刚第3把就是你的亚菲廖就是被对面的离心踹回去，可是呢你还是使用你的大绝，然后斩获了个3杀。想问一下你当下的心情还有思考会是怎样的呢？
心情是很激动啊，然后思考是因为我那时候画面就是在他们3个人上面，所以我就想说给他踢，然后大招把他们3个杀了。
所以是在你的预判范围内，对吧？
对，因为我身上还有块表，还有一个金人还有一个金人。
So he said that actually in that point in time, he saw that his champion model was on top of 3 people during that fight. And so what he was actually thinking was that he deliberately wanted to get kicked out of the fight by Lee Sin so that he could use his ultimate and then pick up that triple kill. So it was all calculated right there. And he said also because he wasn't too worried because he also had Janya's, he had his stopwatch with him that he could use in case things went south. Great. So my next question is, I wanted to ask because your team during the regular season, you beat BYG both times in the double round robin. So how surprised were you when today in day 1 of playoffs, they came out of the gate in the BO5 so strong and just took that game 1 from you? Were you guys surprised at all? And how did you feel? 那接下来想问的就是例行赛的时候，你们已经是对上了 BYG 2场，而且那2场也都获胜了。想问就是今天的第一把突然败给他们之后，你们是有没有受到什么样子的打击呢？
没有什么打击，就是我们很快就调整好状态了。
那是怎么样调整好的呢？就是那短短的休息呢？
我们从那个 BP 开始讨论，就是不能放那个阿里，那个狐狸。
就这样。
就这样。
心态呢？心态
没有变啊，心态没有变。
So he said that mentally, actually, even after they lost to BYG, they weren't very worried at all. Like they didn't get any type of mental hit after that. The way that they turned things around before game number 2 was mostly in terms of BP. I think their coaching team just got together with the team and they were saying that for the next game, we just can't let out the Ari. And as long as we don't let them play Ari, we should be fine. And he said in terms of like any sort of mental pep talk that the coaching team may have given the team, he said they didn't have to because their heads were just still in the game the entire time around. So next, I want to ask then, what do you think went wrong in that game number 1? Because listening to the analyst desk and also just having some of our own thoughts, we were thinking maybe it's because the playoffs format of the best of 5 is different from regular season best of 1, or the analyst desk, they were saying that it could be because some points of the team fight, it looks like maybe you're not on the same page as the rest of the team. 那接下来就是想问水精灵选手，就是你个人认为那第一把你们的问题大概是出在哪里呢？就是听主播赛评还有分析台他们也是有提到，就是可能就是你的队友就是跟水精灵偶尔就有配合上搭配上的问题，然后也想问一下，可能是例行赛就是打 BO5，这个是跟没有季后赛打 BO5 跟例行赛那时候打 BO1 有点不同，想问一下，就你的想法会是怎样的呢？
就是 BO1 就是有点吃运气吧，然后 BO5 就是比较难，比较难，
比较长也比较难吧。所以你们觉得就第一把你们问题是什么呢？就是可能是
我觉得是沟通问题，就是我们中野跟下路没有在同一个频道。
好. So he said that he thinks the difference between BO1 and BO5 is that, of course, BO5s are longer, they're harder to play, whereas BO1, there's some luck involved for sure when you play those BO1s. He said that today for game number 1, he thinks that their biggest problem was that their mid and jungle weren't on the same page as their bot lane for a couple of the times, and that's why they made a couple of mistakes. So I want to ask you also that we were watching your DCG Gaming House tour, and your manager mentioned that actually the player he has the highest hopes for in the PCS is you. So I wanted to ask what your own thoughts were about this. 然后就之前你的战队经理也有说过，好像就是在那个卡斯特出任务的影片有说过，就是在 PCS 他最看好的选手就是你水精灵了，然后他也认为就是以后你可能也有可能成为 PCS 最强的 AD 选手，你个人会怎么认为呢？就他很看好你。
怎么认为的？我也觉得有机会吧，就需要继续进步。还差一点。
还差什么样的进展呢？
差个观念吧，观念部分需要加强。
So he said that he does agree. He thinks he does see the potential within himself to be the top 80 carry in PCS in the future, but he's not there yet. He thinks there is still, of course, some improvements that he has to make. One of them is the way that he thinks about the game, his knowledge about the game. And my last question I have to ask you, next week you're going to play up against PSG. You guys haven't won them yet. How do you think you're going to do? 最后一个问题就是下周你们就要对上 DCG， 然后对 DCG 来说，你们是要对上 PSG， 然后对你们来说，你们是未战胜过 PSG， 你认为下周会怎样呢？
我觉得我们会全力以赴，就是不一定就是 PSG 赢。
He said that he thinks that they're going to do their best, and he thinks that it's not for certain that PSG is going to win next week. All right, thank you so much, Cascada, for the interview, and of course, good luck for the rest of playoffs. 好的，那非常感谢水精灵接受今天的赛后采访，祝 DCG 下周加油。那接下来就是主播台喽。
谢谢。
All right, thank you very much, Ririchu. Insightful stuff, and Cascada at the end just said, you know what? Give us a chance. We'll we it's not written in stone just yet, and I think after the way they played this week, showing so much more range than I think a lot of people expected, there is certainly a possibility. I bet they have even more. What will Nesty play next, Clement?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough road ahead of them. I feel like PSG is actually a fairly easy team to read. They do play the same style, even though they changed the picks around. So if DCG can put them off balance, go with something incredibly crazy. I'm sure they probably have preferred something different from what they've showcased us here against Beyond Gaming. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. And even though they have lost, I feel like DCG and some of their top lane plays have been the closest to anyone has been to really just putting Hanabi in a corner.
That's not easy to do, the way he's playing this season, for sure. Hanabi definitely looking strong side just about everything he does. But here is our updated playoff bracket with that 3-1 victory. Deep Cross Gaming move on to face off against defending champions PSG Talon. Meanwhile, Beyond Gaming drop down into the lower bracket. They will have another chance, some redemption, as they will face off against Impunity. That'll, of course, happen on April 3rd, the Sunday at 5 p.m. Taipei time. And of course, that next match we were just talking about before, that's on the 8th. That's Friday of next week. We'll see those winners brackets. I'm really excited, but looking ahead tomorrow, we got CFO versus Meta Falcon team. This is the number 3 versus the number 6. CFO won a tiebreaker to get here, and they definitely seem to surge towards the final week of the regular season.
Yeah, I feel like CFO are the heavy favorites coming into this one. They have been playing more of a 4-1 style, while MFT I would classify as a wombo combo team behind the Wen and 665 kind of Galio combos that we've seen so far. So in terms of the breadth and the experience, you kind of have to hand it to CFO. And for MFT, it's what Firefox can actually brew up in these. What sort of wonky strategy can they actually pull off? I expect a lot of cheese to happen tomorrow, because without it, it's kind of a done deal.
Yeah, that's the trouble. But if they can survive the absolute brutal laning phase that CFO have been able to throw at just about all their opponents, there is certainly a possibility. They did go 2-1 in their final week, including a victory over Megabank Beyond Gaming. So I do think the PCS has many things to reveal, and we're going to have to find out. But that is all for us tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Clement, Carrie Live, Riot Games, Garen, and the entire PCS broadcast squad, thank you so much. Be well. We'll see you next time.